have to make this stream public, or is it public by default? It should be public by default. I shouldn't have to do anything else. So let's just hope that's how it is. Alright, where am I? Sure, we'll commit this. Add day 8 solutions. Cool. All right, we'll give it like a couple minutes for people to join. Where's my starting soon screen? I gotta make this more official. I need a better graphic that actually has text that's more readable. All right, how we doing here? Cool, stream looks healthy. We're up. And awesome. Is the chat working? Let's see, test. Chat seems fine. Cool, yeah, I think we're good. Probably get started in like 10 seconds. I guess I can get rid of that starting soon screen. Let's see, we've done up to day 8. Cool. Ooh, look at that. We got some people in the chat. Yo, what's going on, everyone? What's up, Goat? What's up, Killian? Yo, what's up? What's up? Chat works. Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Streaming at a not normal time for me, a little bit earlier than I normally do. As you can see, it's still light out, so that's cool. How's your day been? Yeah, not too bad. Can't complain. Got my Christmas tree. It's going to go there, but it's currently out of frame, so that's fun. A little bit late in the season for it, but we can at least get that set up, so it'll make it look very festive, even more Christmassy in here, which is nice. But yeah, we're going to tackle some Advent of Code today, and we have day 9 to do. How far are we behind? Oh boy, okay. Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah, we are quite far behind, but that's okay. We have a lot of stuff to get through, so more content, that's great. Yeah, give people another like 30 seconds to funnel in, and then we'll actually get started. Let's see. New sub of yours, been enjoying your content, but I gotta go. Good luck, man. Yo, well, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. And awesome. I'm happy to have new subs in here. It's cool. YouTube's been growing more than I expected it. I've had this YouTube for less than a year, and I'm at 15,000 subs. That's huge. That's insane. Good. Finally realized working for big corporate sucks. Looking to change jobs after New Year. Well, hey, I wish you luck. Yeah. I know some people that love big corporate jobs, companies with, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of employees, and they love that. I know other people that can't do anything over 50 employees. They love that startup vibe. So you got to find what works for you. I haven't had the super big corporate experience, but I've done all different sizes in my past, and yeah, you got to find what's right for you, and what's right for you might change, especially like for me, it definitely changed with age. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump in. Let's do this. What do we have here? Day 9, disk defragmenter. Oh, this will be fun. A disk defragmenter. Okay, cool. Another push of the button leaves you in the familiar hallway of some friendly amphipods. Good thing you each somehow got your own personal mini submarine. Hey, good thing. The historians jet away in search of the chief, mostly by driving directly into walls. Already. We're a paragraph in. This is wild. While the historians quickly figure out how to pilot these things, you notice an amphipod in the corner struggling with his computer. He's trying to make more contiguous free space by compacting all of the files, but his program isn't working. You offer to help. Oh my god, we're going to defragment. All right. Welcome to the Windows 3.1, Windows 95 days. Let's do this. He shows you the disk map, your puzzle input. He's already generated. For example, and then it's just a string of numbers next to each other. The disk map uses a dense format to represent the layout of files and free space on the disk. So files and free space. The digits alternate between indicating the length of a file and the length of free space. Oh, that's interesting. So a disk map like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would represent a 1 block file. Okay, so that's the one. 1 file, 2 blocks of free space, 3 block file, 4 blocks of free space, 5 block file. Okay, that makes sense. A disk map of 909090, that would be 9 files with no free space between them. Okay, cool. That's exactly what it is. 9 block files in a row with no free space between them. Okay, this makes sense so far. Each file on the disk also has an ID number. Oh boy. Based on the order of the files as they appear before they are rearranged. Oh, we're going to rearrange them, I see. Starting with ID 0. So the disk map 12345 has 3 files. A 1 block ID with ID 0, a 3 block ID with ID 1, and a 5 block ID with ID 2. Okay, so just like an index of the arrays of files. Okay, got it. Using 1 character for each block where digits are the file ID and dot is free space, the disk map 12345 represents these individual blocks. Okay, right. There's we're going to use their ID. Okay. Yeah, so the ID 0 shows up 1, and then we have 2 free spaces, so 2 dots. The ID of 1, which is 3, shows up 3 times. Okay. So we just expand that compacted format. We decompact that format. Hi, man. Love your content. Yo, what's up? Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we're jumping into some advent of code in Bash. It's going to be a ton of fun. It's fun to do these problems in Bash. I really enjoy it. And to limit myself to not being able to use external tools unless absolutely necessary, it creates some really unique solutions. Okay. So the first example above. Oh, okay. Represents these blocks. Okay, so block 0 shows up twice. Then we have 3 dots. And then block 1 shows up 3 times. Okay, this format's actually really, really simple. Okay, I like this. It looks complex to the reader, but like storing this in like code is gonna be easy, famous last words. The amphipod would like to move file blocks one at a time from the end of the disk to the leftmost free space block until there are no gaps remaining between free file blocks. Okay, so this is the defrag part. For the disk map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the process looks like this. Okay, we expand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We grab this thing that was at the rightmost block, and we move it here. We grab this thing and move it here. Okay, so we grab something from the right and move it as far to the left as we possibly go until we are left with nothing but data or free space. We need to have all data on the left, all free space on the right. No interweaving. So all the data has to be contiguous at the end of this. Okay. So this example, yeah. Oh, wow. This is cool visualizing it. You just take this last number here and you move it as far left as it could possibly go and you generate this. The final step to the file compacting process is to update the file system checksum. Is the checksum the thing that was above? Like the thing that we were... Well, let's see. To calculate the checksum, add up the result of multiplying each of the block's position with the file ID number it contains. The leftmost block is in position 0. If a block contains free space, skip it instead. Don't quite understand this paragraph, but we're going to keep reading and see if anything kind of makes it clear. Continuing the first example. Okay. And this is the first example. That's the name of it. The first few blocks positions multiplied by its file ID number are 0 times 0 equals 0. So we have 0 here. 1 times 0 equals 0. 2 times 9. 3 times... Okay. So this is the position it shows up in there. And then we just multiply it by what number appeared there. Oh, okay. So we literally just go through this character by character and multiply its index times the number that's there. That's sort of a way of proving we got it right, which is perfect. I mean, yeah, call it a checksum. Yeah, hey, that makes sense. Compact the amphipod's hard drive using this process requested. What is the resulting file system checksum? Be careful, copy and paste the input puzzle. It is a single, very long line. Okay. Hold on. In this example, the sum of these is 1928. Yeah, and that's just the sum. a single very long line. The sum's going to be a very long line. I mean, aren't we going to be limited by like a, what, 64-bit integer probably? I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see. Greetings from Germany. I like your content. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, if I understand this correctly, it's not so crazy. We have this format. We have to turn this format into this format. Okay, so we have to go through and decompress it. We'll call it decompress. We decompress it, and then we defrag it. I guess what should we call it? We should come up with names for these processes. First thing we do is we decompress it, then we defragment it. So we push everything to the left and everything to the right, and then we calculate checksums. So, okay, so if we do this puzzle correctly, there's only 3 things we have to really do. Decompress, defrag, checksum. That should be it. So yeah, I guess let's go ahead and get started here. All right, so we have day 0 through 8. Let's go ahead and make day 9. Day 9. And we will, I guess, get some input here. So we'll use the example that they gave us. So here's the example. We'll call it example input. I'm just copying this from the website. Oh, you know what? Give me 1 second. Something over here is making noise. It's annoying me. Okay, unmuted. Let's do this. So we have our example input. Now we need to get the real input. I'm not going to share this part because it's unique for me. So I'm going to go ahead and unshare everything. Get the puzzle input. That is a giant string. Paste it in here. That is huge. And save the file. Close it over here. All right, cool. So what I did... So what we have now is we just have these 2 files. We have our example input and we have the real input. Yeah, let's shrink this down a little bit so I can see it better. Cool. Let's see. So in our example input, actually, how many lines do we have? I think they both should have 1 line, right? Yeah. In our example input, let's just do both of this. Start out text. So we have 20 characters in the example input, and we have 20,000 characters in the real input. Technically -1, there's a new line at the end of these files. But that is so fun. So, I mean, our algorithm better work here. So, let's go ahead and do this. Whoever was making noise probably uses Nano. Yo, cringe, dude. Imagine using Nano. Couldn't have been me when I first started learning computers. Oh, my God. Yeah, I used Nano for a long time, and then I was like, you know what? Time to get serious. I'm an adult. Let's use some Vim. So let's go ahead and make part 1, and this will be our first script, and this script is going to do 3 things. Read the data. Let's just write down what we have to do. Read the data, decompress the data, defrag the data, generate checksum. Cool. So that's it. That's all we really have to do here. As long as we implement these 4 things, then we can get the answer. So let's go ahead and read the data first. We know it's just 1 line of data, which is super nice. So we can just read the entire thing. Actually, we can just read the entire thing into an array. Let's call it compressed. So this is the read built in. We give it -r so it doesn't do any backslash mangling. It shouldn't matter here. It should just be numbers. A to read it into an array, and then this is the variable name we're storing it in. We don't need to give it any sort of thing to read from because it'll read from standard in by default. And now if this works, we should have an array of all of the numbers that have been read. So we can prove that by just printing the array here. And we'll separate them by new lines. So if we were to like look at the example input, it looks like this. But if we were running to our script, we would have separated by new lines. No, it doesn't. Why didn't do that? Oh, because I need to set read, right? I need to set this to just read one character at a time. Let me check chat. Starting with Nano is okay, but not switching to Vim for a while is not. Yeah. I mean, use whatever you're comfortable with, but Nano's like Notepad in my mind. Like, if you want to do some serious programming, reach for something else. If you're going to live in a text editor, like, get something that it's more powerful. Were previous live broadcasts recorded? Yes and yes. All of the previous live broadcasts are on my channel. They are unlisted, but I should have a playlist called YouTube live streams, and they should all be thrown in that playlist by default. So yes, they're unlisted, but go on my channel and find that playlist. They should all be there. If they're not, let me know. I've been having some issues with YouTube playlists. I can dig into it and try to figure out why they're not there. But they should be. Also, I'm recording locally, so I'm cutting them up and putting them up as their own days. So day 1, 2, and 3 are up on my channel. I'm in the process of editing day 4, and I have 5, 6, 7, 8, like all ready to be edited. So these will all be up here eventually. Like at the end of this, they'll all be up there. But yeah, it's a process. But you know, we'll get there. So what am I doing wrong here? Read -RA into an array. Let me do some testing here because apparently I am dumb. I want to read it character by character. Do you just do N1? Wait, no, don't put an A here. N1 and then -A for array. That is not... Oh, right, because then it will only read one. I need to separate them. Okay. How do you separate them by nothing? Can I do this? Or will that be a null byte? Yeah, how do you do this? Is there a way to do this? Is there a way to split characters that are just next to each other into an array? There's got to be a way. And I'm probably just missing something really, really simple. Yeah, isn't there a way to, like, split on nothing? Because I think this just makes it the null byte if you do this. I don't think this is the correct way to do it. There has to be a way to do it. But no buts. I'm going to figure it out. I got stuck with this last time, so I should learn it. Continue until the first character of delim is read rather than new line. No, we want to read to the new line. Use read line to obtain a line, doesn't matter. -I text, nope. Nchars, return after reading nchars. Yeah, no, we don't want that. Nope. 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 None of these are it. Is there a way to set the IFS? Let me see. Read a single line from standard input or from file descriptor if the U is supplied. Nice. The line is split into fields as with word splitting, and the first word is assigned to the first name. I don't know if we can actually do it this way now that I think about it, because word splitting would have to do something between them. Yeah, only the characters found in IFS, and I'm trying to do like nothing character. Yeah, so I actually don't know if I can do what I'm trying to do here. I can do it manually, but I don't know if I can do it in one-liner. Let's see. Does bash not treat string as a char array? It does. It does. And I can handle it just that way. It's not technically an array, so I have to use slightly different notation, and I usually mix up the two. But no, I could totally do it that way. It's not even a big deal. I'm just trying to figure out if there was a nice way to do this. Vim is pretty easy after you figure out how to exit it. Well, listen, man, I'm still trying to figure out how to exit Vim. As far as I'm concerned, it's impossible. Watching you program in bash is like me watching pro fighters fight. I can do what you do in my dreams only. Thank you. What a nice compliment. Well, keep dreaming, buddy. No. If you practice, you can get this good at bash. I don't know if you want to. That's something you got to figure out for yourself. But, you know, you can. I got faith in you. I don't think I can do what I'm trying to do. I don't think I can take a single line of input and break it into an array based on every character there without doing it manually. And you know what? I don't feel like doing it manually. So let's just read it into one giant string. So now we just have the string. So if we want to loop over, we can loop over the string. That's fine. Decompress the data. So the algorithm for decompressing the data and what it should look like, we will have a string at the end of it. So let's go ahead and make a blank string. Let's loop over every character. So let's get to do that, we need to get the length of the compressed string. This is the original string. And to get the length, we'll use this notation. This will give us the length of the string. Nice little pound sign in front of it. Now we can do for I equals 0, I less than len, I plus plus, do, done. We can say num equals I. No. Num is compressed at spot I for one character. So we're basically doing substring notation here. We're saying make a substring, start at position I, and only read one character. So we're just getting the exact number there. Let's prove this works by just echoing here and quitting out and running it. There we go. So we get all the data separated by new lines because we're processing them one by one. So now what do we have to do? We have to turn it into that string where we keep track of how many numbers we've encountered. We have to keep track of the index of the number. So let me think about how to do this. Let's do this. We need to figure out if we are processing free space or if we are processing a block. And the way we can do this is it always starts with a block and then alternates block, free space, block, free space. So we could set like a Boolean flag and just toggle it at the end of the loop, or we could abuse the fact that it's an even or odd indice that tells us that. So the first indice is 0, that will be a block. 1 will be free space, 2 will be a block, 3 will be free space. So if it's odd, then it's free space. If it's even, then it's a block. So the nice thing is we can say if I modular divided by 2 equals 0, this means if it's even, index is even, we have a block. We'll say block equals true. We might change what we do in these things. Index is odd, we have free space. So block equals false because it's not a block. And then what we do here, we know how much there is of the thing that we have. We need to figure out now the index of it. Okay, so if it's even, the index of it would be divided by 2, I think. Yeah, because if we're dealing with a number that's at index 9 of the original list, we divide it by 2. 9 divided by 2 is 4. That should be block number 4. We're good. Yeah, because it'll do a floor truncation of the numbers because it'll treat them as integers. So, oh, you know what we can do? We can just do char equals. So bear with me. This will be the character that we use to represent it. If it's an even number, then we have a block. Represent this block using its index. So we need to grab the index, will be I divided by 2, and then that number is our index, so char equals index. We could probably just compress that into one line, but it's fine right now. And if we're here, then the char is a period, because period is how we denote free space. I think this will work. Sounds a little weird, but what we can do here, I'm trying to think if we can test this. What is a good way to test this? For j equals 0, j less than num, j plus plus. This is very verbose. There might be a cleaner way to do this. S plus equals char. Okay. This is very confusing, but I'll explain what's going on if I get it to actually run correctly. That looks right. Let's go ahead and compare this output to what we have here. So to do that, I'm just going to paste this into the terminal so we can kind of look at the output. So if I paste it into the terminal, yeah, that looks right. We correctly generated the decompressed string. I will explain how that works. That might be confusing for people. Decompress the data. We'll call this decompressed. Decompressed. Cool. So how do we do that? Loop each character of the input compressed. No, let's do of the compressed input string, because the puzzles like to do input in parentheses. I'm going to match that energy. This number tells us how many there are. In index is even, we have a block. Index is odd, we have free space. Represent this block using its index. We can simply divide our current position by 2 and chop off the decimal place. Done automatically for us to figure this out. Cool. And then append num chars to the output string decompressed. That's how this works. Hopefully that makes sense, how we're doing this. So now we have a nice decompressed string. Hey, that's beautiful, isn't it? Cool. That's really cool. Now, what do we do with the decompressed string that we have? I think the next thing we have to do is we need to figure out how to defragment it. And the way you defragment it is you start all the way at the right side of the string and you shove things as far left as you possibly can. So we will need a condition to know when we are done defragging. That's very important because we're going to do this in a loop, but we need to know what the condition is to break out of the loop. And the way that we know we're done defragging, actually I'll show the solution again. The way that you know you're done defragging is when your output string has all numbers at the beginning and then all periods at the end in that order. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm trying to think how much error checking we could do, because technically speaking, we could be given input that has no free space, in which case our totally defragmented answer will have no, well, actually, we won't have to defrag anything. So what I'm trying to say there is that the periods might be optional if we're going to define some sort of pattern to recognize this. I think regex is the answer here. I actually think we're going to look for something that has numbers on the left and optional periods on the right and nothing else. Like it literally needs to match exactly that. So defragmented regex. We're going to write a regex to describe what a defragmented answer looks like. And a defragmented answer looks like 0 through 9, one or many times, followed by a period, 0 or many times, end of string. That's how we will know if the data has been defragmented, if it matches this regex. So it starts with numbers, has periods at the end optionally, and nothing else. You can't intersperse numbers and periods. Like it has to match this. You can't have periods at the beginning or numbers at the end. So now we can do this. Let's do defragmented. I think the way we do this is we make a new string called defragmented string, and we initialize it to be decompressed, and then we'll go through step by step and slowly defragment this final string. While defragmented equals defragmented redo done. We need the opposite here. We need to say while this regex does not match, do a single step of defragmentation. Okay. And then we can echo defragmented here. And then we'll just put an exit 5 here. Just for now, just for testing. So when I run this, we should have we should exit with 5. Cool. Yeah. I spelled this wrong. Degragmented. Yeah, look at that. Let's go ahead and spell things correctly. Move blocks one by one to the leftmost empty space until all gaps are eliminated, keeping the order intact. Move blocks. Well, hold on, real quick. Don't give me solutions. I want to try and figure this out. I don't mind if you throw out like fun little ideas like this. I can't tell if this is like actually a valid solution that'll work. But don't backseat drive too hard. But I'm totally fine if you want to throw out like, fun ideas or whatever. Move blocks one by one to the leftmost empty space until all gaps are eliminated, keeping the order intact. That's exactly the plan here. That just kind of reiterates the problem. Yep, that is our goal here. We're going to start with this kind of string, and we're going to one by one. This thing is nicely giving us what needs to be done here. Let's see. You can do it with regex substitution. Could you do it with regex substitution? You'd have to find all the characters and put them in backwards. But you might be able to. Let me think about. I'm gonna think about solutions here. So I'm not gonna read the chat here, because I'm wondering if I should. I think I have a solution for this. Yeah, I think I have a solution for this. Because I was gonna do it just one by one, literally start at the right of the string, and then start from the left and find the first period. I think the way we do this is we reverse the string and we keep a copy to this string reversed. We remove the periods from the string, and then we literally just read the numbers from left to right, and we keep putting them in the periods as much as we can until we are done. I think that's what we do. Initialize the final string using the uncompressed data. I don't know, whatever. Decompressed data. Also, reverse the decompressed data and remove period to just have a bucket to pull numbers from. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to have two strings. One is going to be the list of numbers backwards, and then we're going to read through the original list. Every time we encounter a period, but we're not yet fully defragged, we will grab from our bucket on the left and put them in. And then the moment we are defragged, there should be no more numbers to pull. I'm trying to think if this causes an issue, if we end up duplicating data, but I don't think we should. Once we're defragged, that's when we stop. We've done enough work. We're only going to pull so many numbers as can fit in the original ones. So, yeah. I think this will work. I want to learn Ubuntu/Bash kinda. How can I start? I have no idea. How do you start? Download Ubuntu and install it on something you can mess around with. So if you have like a laptop or a computer or maybe even a cloud instance, get something where you can just jump around, get your hands dirty, and just start learning it. That's one of the best ways to start, honestly. Not even kidding. Like, that is legitimately a great way to do it. Let's see. 2 stacks, pop one off, pop the result. Yeah, I think you could do that too. You could do like the stack style where you just keep popping off 2 and then you build a new result based on them. Yeah, recompress at the end, just leave things in a better state. Yeah. You could definitely do something like that. Let me think though. Yeah, no problem, man. Hopefully you have fun learning like Linux and Bash and stuff. It's a fun thing. All right. Let me think about how I want to do this. Okay. So now we have reversed equals decompressed. Is there an easy way to reverse a string in Bash without piping out to like rev or cat-r? Not that I know of. So we'll just create this ourselves. For I equals 0, I less than decompressed I plus plus do done. That is not what we want. We want to set I equal to the length of this string minus 1. I greater than equal 0. I minus minus. So we want to go backwards. And then if, let's grab the character at that position, char equals decompressed I. If char not equal period, then reversed plus equal char. Cool. So this is just going to create a nice little string called reversed. Let's do echo reversed equals reversed, and then see what happens. Cool. So our reverse string is absolutely not reversed at all. What did I do wrong here? For I equals length of decompressed minus 1, I minus minus char decompressed at I, reversed is that. Also, we do have to get rid of the periods. No, we didn't actually put periods in there. What am I doing wrong here? I'll figure it out. I'm going to be doing something really, really stupid here. That's almost guaranteed what's going on here. It almost always is when I get into these little situations. Is this valid syntax? This minus 1 here? I think it is. Yeah, grab the char here, char here, char here. And then we plus equals. That should be string manipulation. All right, let's see. Let me jump into chat. Chat's been kind of popping off. What evil thing will part 2 to mess with this? Yeah, I'm curious to see what part 2 will actually do. The interesting thing is that using OCR GPT-4 generated one line or above, please check if it works. No, I'm not going to be doing that. I appreciate you trying to help, and I appreciate people throwing around ideas. I don't want solutions, and I definitely don't care for AI generated solutions. I'd rather see something that comes from your brain. So no, I'm not gonna try that. You can try it out if you want to, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't give a shit about productivity when it comes to these puzzles. I'm doing these puzzles for fun. Sorry, I don't mean to target you like that. That's not my goal here, but that's just how I feel about it. Hello, thanks for this very nice video series. Right when I was trying to write some very basic scripts for my... hey man, that's awesome, dude. I think that's great, yeah. Hopefully you learned something fun from these. Does bash have a string index function to find the position of the first occurrence of a character in a string? Not that I know of. I don't think that exists. Yeah, like, you know, like stir or something, like in C. I don't know. I don't know if that exists. I have no idea. Base take. Yeah. Oh man. Sometimes you see sometimes you see my real opinions come out. I do try to share my real opinions, but I don't want to come across as like being mean or whatever. But some things get me like passionate, and I never mean to attack the person saying something. So let me make that very clear. Like I am never mad at a chatter for making a suggestion or something, unless they're purposely trying to upset me. I don't think this person was. No offense taken. Hey, look, they're not even offended. Yeah, that wasn't my goal. But sometimes, yeah, if you want to hear my real opinion, sometimes I'll share them. And if the person's comfortable with them, I'll absolutely like roast someone if they want me to. If someone's like, Dave, roast his opinion, it's like, oh yeah, happily. I am worried that you are not interested in of potential greatness of utilizing AI. Well, don't worry about that. I'm not, but don't worry about it. Don't spend your time thinking about how I feel about AI. Yeah, I'm here to do puzzles and have fun. Sometimes when I'm at the gym working on my bench press, I think, man, I wish I had a forklift. It'd be so much easier to lift this weight. Like, it's just not relevant here. Let's see. Why do plus when you could rev equals rev char? Yeah, you could do something like that. I could definitely do that. I like the plus equal notation. It's just easier to say, hey, I'm appending a character to it. Also, because it is reversed, I could technically put like the char at the beginning and the reverse at the end of it, or swap those things around. You could do something like that. I'm just trying to figure out what did I do here that's wrong. Yeah, it's counting backwards. Yeah, it's absolutely counting backwards. Oh. This char just unset a whole bunch of times? Oh my god, yeah, because I'm doing the thing I always do. I'm doing the thing I always do. This is a array notation. This is to grab a spot in an array. Decompress is not an array, it's a string, so I have to substring it. I always make this mistake. That's why I like to deal with arrays everywhere, so the syntax is the same. That's what I was doing wrong here. So now, when we do this, there we go. Now we properly get the reverse string with no periods. So the reverse string is a bucket of characters we can pull from to put into this final string. And then we need to chop them off the right-hand side, don't we? Let me think about that. Okay, I've thought about it. We'll just add the number of periods to make the length the same. That's an easy solution. All right, let's see. Let's see. Appreciate the honesty and your passion, Dave. Yeah. Thank you. I do appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I definitely have passion when it comes to certain things. Yeah, and sometimes it's tough. I'll be honest. Like, having a bigger channel now, I have to be careful. I used to kind of like engage in some hate comments. Not saying any of you guys are making hate comments, but I would get some hate comments and I would engage with them, and that was a big mistake because now like I have an audience that can dogpile people, especially on Instagram. Like I have over 160,000 followers. Sometimes when like I'd be like, oh man, that's a weird take, and then like next thing you know, my community would be attacking this person. I'm like, guys, don't do that. I don't ever want you to do that. Like, no. Like we can talk about things like adults. We don't have to do that. So I've just learned to stop doing that. But every so often, you know, it slips out a little bit. Let's see. I love this channel, sir. Great work. Keep it up. The only thing that would make it better would be the use of Emacs. Get out of here. X message, you're gone. Get out of here. No, we use Vim. Honestly, that's interesting. Sitting here trying to solve programming problems in a legacy way, parentheses, without modern tools. It's just interesting for me. I don't even know if I should engage with this legacy. Like, I'm sorry, but the way you're coming at this just sounds like delusional to me. I know that maybe from your position, it's like, you know, AI is the present and this code is like legacy. And I just, these are puzzles. They're meant to be fun. Like, you ever try and solve a Rubik's Cube? That's fun. I don't just hand it to a machine and let those things solve it, even though they can. You ever put an actual physical puzzle together? I don't put that under a pattern recognition machine. You ever go on a treadmill and think, man, this sucks. Like, let me get on my car and put on the treadmill. Like, no, like there's, you're exercising your brain the same way that you might exercise a muscle. Like, and then calling it like, I don't know. This is just disconnected. I'm done getting one guide. Let's go and deal with this actual problem at hand. What makes you use macOS instead of Linux? Their ecosystem? Are you using any package manager like Homebrew? Oh yeah, I'm absolutely using Homebrew. I've just used Mac on the desktop forever. Mac makes an incredible desktop. I mean, I leave the computer running for years and it just works. Linux, I don't have the time to set up and configure Linux and handhold it when it breaks. Like, every year since I started using Linux has been the year of the Linux desktop. And after, you know, decades, I'm just tired and I just want something that works. So that's why I stick with macOS. But yeah, absolutely. I am running Bash version 5.1, and I think, can I do this? Does this work? Yeah, look at my shell. Opt homebrew bin bash. So yeah, I'm definitely using brew on here. So what are we going to do? We are going to take... So we have the reverse string now. So we need two counters. We need a begin counter and an end counter. So we need two things. We're going to use I and J. We'll keep track of both of them. And now we'll do it one at a time. Char equals defragmented. No, we're not going to edit it in place. I don't like that. We're going to make a new defragmented string. And we're going to grab data out of decompressed. That's what we're going to do. Char decompressed I1. And if char equal period, then we need to grab the number out of the thing. So instead of using that, we're going to set it equal to reversed at J. So now we have an actual char that we're going to do there. And then we're going to put that in the final string. So defragmented plus equal char. That should work. And then when we get down here, I always gets incremented, but J only gets incremented if we use it here. Cool. And now I think this is not going to fully work. This might just run forever. No, this should work. But let's just see. Well, that's not even close to working. All right, I'll take a little quick break. I'll look at chat. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, wow. I missed a lot of chat. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Gen 2 plus Emacs build stream? No. Maybe Gen 2, but definitely not Emacs. Look, having a puzzle, you can solve it directly, or you can set up AI environment, another puzzle to solve it for you. That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, but this is the joke, right? I can solve this in 5 minutes, or I could automate it. And then I could turn this 5-minute task into a 3-day task. I mean, yeah, that's the joke right there. Well, he's not writing production code. AOC has always been learning something new. Last year I solved it in Rust just to learn it. Yo, I love Rust. Rust is so much fun. Even though I mainly code in Fortran. Yo, that's awesome, man. That's cool. Oh, their consistency using Linux on desktop can really be tiring. It's just, yeah, it is. I like it. Don't get me wrong. Linux on desktop is cool. I like the idea of it. I actually have a little like Intel NUC that I have Linux on, and I use it for running emulators and stuff on. So I just playing like N64 games on it and stuff. 100% Mac OS over Linux. I want to sit down and use the computer, not spend an hour maintaining it. Yep, exactly. That's really what it comes down to. By the way, can you repeat the whole problem, like the puzzle description for people who are joined? I'll try to. I'll try to recap it relatively quickly. Yeah. I also love the fact that you have switched from ZSH to Bash. Oh, well, I was never a ZSHer. I think when I opened the terminal on Mac, it was Bash by default. Or if it wasn't, yeah, then I definitely switched there. Yeah, no, my default shell is definitely set to Bash on Mac. Is there any reason to use or not use local in the main script when not in a function? Is polluting the global namespace just not an issue? When you are not in a function, you can't use the local keyword. There's no such thing as local if you're not within the context of the function. It's actually an error to run it. The same way that it'd be an error to call return. So, can only be used in a function. So to answer your question, you can only use local inside a function. If you don't use it, it will clutter the global namespace. But if you're not in a function, you're already in the global namespace. So, yep. I run Arch Linux for 10 years now, but the M processor are making me think about getting a Mac. Yo, the M1s, the M2, M3, M4, they're so good. They're so fast. They're so power efficient. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Let's see. I would watch an AOC stream coding solutions in Fortran on Endless Loop. Hey, man, that'd be kind of fun. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, Kubuntu seems kind of nice. The KDE environment has really come a long way. Like, it already looked nice like 10 years ago, but it looks amazing now. All right, let's jump back into it. Let's try and remember where we actually are. I was trying to make a defragmented string. How much stuff am I printing? We print the decompressed string, and then we have a string called 0. So the string called 0 is clearly incorrect. I'm guessing char is incorrect. Char was just the letter 0. Is it matching the regex? Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening here. This regex is matching immediately because it's just matching for numbers and a period. We don't have a full string that we're messing with. So we have to think about it differently now. Yeah, there's actually not much we have to do here. There's not much we have to do here. We just need to loop over the decompressed string again. For I equals 0, I less than decompressed. We don't even need regex. Yeah, what was I thinking? I plus plus do. We get the character out of it. We echo it. If it's a period, then we get the reverse thing, and we increment that counter. We don't need to increment that here. And then we append it to a string, and the final string should be this. So this is what it would look like when it's all pushed back together. This looks wrong to me, because why are there 9 showing up here and 9's also at the end of the string? So we are doing something incorrect here. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I should actually think about what I'm trying to do here. We're looping over all the characters of decompressed, and we are putting them back in. So what's happening? Oh, we're not pulling the numbers out of decompressed at that spot. That's what's happening there. So we have to break out. We have to break out. This is tough, the way I've chosen to do this. Let me think about this. Yeah, because once we pull a character out of the reverse list, we need to remove it from the decompressed list. So it's not so much that we have to reconstruct the string. We have to figure out... Wait a minute, actually, wait. Is the valid string in here? I think the valid string is here. Oh, this is interesting. We should have the valid string, and then we have to chop it at a certain point. So however long... Oh, yeah. If we just pull the numbers out of it, then we know that that's the final length of the string. So if we just pulled the numbers out of it, which we did, the reverse string has just the numbers in it. We need to take a substring. Defragmented equals, we need a substring defragmented to be the length of the reversed list. Oh my god, this is wild. Because this will be how many numbers should be in there. So now if we do this, we'll get a way smaller number. Cool. See how it stops here? We've taken a substring of it. This is the right answer. We just need to put all the periods over here, and it should be there. So the number of periods we need to put will be the same as... Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, my God. This is funny. The number of periods we need to put is the decompressed data with all of the non-periods removed. That's it. So let's remove all of the non-periods from this string. And I think this will work. There we go. I think that's it. It's a little bit gnarly. Might be a little bit confusing here. Let's see. Also reverse the decompressed data remove just to have a bucket to pull the numbers from. Loop every char of decompressed and construct a new string, optionally pulling the char from the reversed list. At this point, we have a valid string with invalid numbers at the end of it. Chop off those invalid numbers and replace them with all of the periods that should be there. There we go. Now we have the valid. There we go. Okay. And let me just, I'm going to double check this. This is the correct, I'm going to take the correct thing from my web browser. You can't see it. I'm going to paste in the terminal and it should look right. It's just off by 2 characters because of my prompt. Looks right to me. Let's see. I use Vim, by the way. Yeah, good luck. You're stuck in that program forever. Perl solution in 1 line. Wow, that's unreadable. That is absolutely unreadable. Beautiful solution. Perl is wild, but that's crazy. Yeah, when you look at my code, you're not going to have clever one-liners. You're going to have things that could have been done in 1 line, and I'm doing them in extremely unrolled loops. But I like it this way. When I solve something, I know for a fact I've solved it. Yeah, that Perl example is wild. What theme is that? Sexy. Looks like my VS Code theme, Synth84. This is the default Vim theme for light. So not the dark theme. This is for light theme, but I force it to use light mode on my dark background because I like the way it looks. But, where is it? Is it in my VimRC? I changed the comment colors. I found the comment colors to be sort of unreadable. So I actually have somewhere in here, comment. Here we go, right here. Set background equals light, and then set comment. I set it to color 63 because all it does is just brighten them up. Just slightly brightens up the comment colors, makes it way easier to look at on the dark theme. That's all I do. I really like the way that looks. You just write C, but in Bash. Listen, that's so true. That is like actually so true. That's exactly what I do. You don't use Bash LSP. I have no idea what that is. Is that like a language server thing? Like for like having like input in my Vim or whatever? Because I actually go out of my way to disable that. I don't want if that's what you're talking about, I don't want my Vim ever telling me anything about Bash. I know if my Bash is valid or not. Famous last words. But I hate when Vim suddenly just pops up errors and gets rid of them and does all this stuff. I don't want my editor to like get in my way. I want it to be a text editor with syntax highlighting. Like that's what I want. That works for me. Let's see. What do I have to do now? Now that I have this final string, the final step of the file convecting process is to update the file system checksum. To calculate the checksum, add up the results of multiplying each of the block's position with the file ID number it contains. The leftmost block is in position 0. If a block contains free space, skip it instead. So from the first example, we take spot 0 shows up 0 times, spot 1 shows up this many times, spot 3 shows up 9 times. So you have this, or spot 2, not spot 3, because it's indexed at 0. Okay, and then you add all of those up. Okay, this part's super easy. This is just to prove we got the right answer. Cool. So for I equals 0, I less than the length of defragmented, do, I plus plus, do, done, num equals, we get the character at that spot, and we're going to use the right notation. Cool, so now we have that. If num equal dot, then we don't even need to continue. We can actually just break out of the loop because we know all the dots are at the end of the list. Otherwise, we will say product, and we will multiply them together, equals num times I, and then accumulator plus equal product, and we'll have to just go define accumulator above as 0, and then echo checksum equals accum. So if I run this, according to this on my website right here, if I run this, I should get 1928. That's what I should see if I run this. So let's go ahead and run that. 1928. We got it. Look at that. It works on the example input. So nailed it. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to run this on the real input. Now the problem is the real input is gigantic. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of some of these echo statements because it's going to be gnarly. Where do I echo things out? There we go. Just get rid of those echo statements. So now we just have one line. Awesome. So let's go ahead and run this on the real input. Do you think it's doing anything? I don't think this algorithm should be that difficult. Is it doing anything? I might quit this and go put some echoes or something. I might be stuck in an infinite while loop. Nah, that shouldn't be happening. Let's go ahead and put some, that's not what I wanted to look at. Let's go ahead and figure out why we're stuck. So let's go ahead and add some of this stuff. Echo reading data, echo decompressing data, echo defragmenting data. Do we use this regex anywhere? I don't think we do we? No, we don't. Let's get rid of it. Echo generating checksum. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's doing something. Something's happening here. So it must be the defragging. That's taking a little bit. That's fine. Echo defrag step I of decompressed. Did it not make it to this part? Please don't tell me it's sitting there reversing a string. I feel like that shouldn't be that slow of an operation, right? Kernel panic, yeah. Doubt that. Guess we'll find out how bash string operations are. In bash, yeah, no, the string operations are terribly slow in bash. Add debugging for every n times 1,000 iterations. How about just every n iteration? After this, we can start optimizing it so it finishes in 0.1 seconds. Hey, let's make it so it finishes now. Let's see. Let's do a bash minus x. We'll get some debugging on this. Is it really just reversing the string? Is that what's taking it so long? Like, I understand that that's not the fastest way to do it. Yeah, I could just pipe out to rev. I mean, that's probably the fastest way. Echo reversing string. Echo done. I think this algorithm is good. I think it's just incredibly slow. Let's run it without the debug output. Okay. Yeah, so we're reversing a string with that many characters. It's just too hard for it to reverse. Is there an easy way in bash to reverse a string? Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, we're just not going to reverse it. Let me think about this, because reversing strings is ideal. If it's that hard, we might just have to not reverse it, instead just index it backwards. That might be the way to do it, sadly. Let me think if I can come up with a clever solution to reverse a string without having to pipe out to external tools. If I have to pipe out to external tools, it's not the end of the world. How would you do it cleanly? Because I just think character by character. You don't need it if you use 2 pointers. That's what I'm thinking, if we just reverse index the original string. The original string does have periods in it, of course, so I just have to filter those out, but that's okay. Let me think about this. I can't think of any built-in way to do this. Yeah. You could totally just, I could pipe out the sword, I could pipe out the tack, I could pipe out to a whole bunch of stuff. I'm trying to think if there's a way to do it in pure bash without having to fork. But I don't think we're going to be able to. I don't think bash has a built-in mechanism. Like, I mean, it does have a built, like, I can do it in bash. I'm clearly doing it. It's just once the data gets sufficiently large, it becomes kind of crazy to work through. Even this defragmenting step might just be so slow just because of the nature of the language. But yeah, so if we were to skip the reversed string, here's what we would have to do if we were going to skip the reverse string. So if we're going to do that, if we didn't have the reverse string, we would have to set this to decompressed minus I. We'd have to set it there, and we would just point backwards. I don't know if I feel like doing this. Let me think. All right. Well, listen, guys, we tried. We might have to use some external tools. How portable is rev? I know there's also tail minus R on some operating systems. Yeah, I can't think of a way to do this in Bash that isn't slow as heck. So if we just do this, and we pipe it to rev. Oh, not rev. Tail minus R. Tac is what I was thinking of. Yeah, tac. This is not on Mac by default. Yeah. It's either going to be tac or tail-r, which kind of sucks. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. Oh, no, it is. You're right. You're right. It is one line. We can just use rev. How portable is rev? That's not a POSIX command, is it? Where does rev come from? Yeah, I don't see anything in here about POSIX. But let's just rev it. Let's just rev it. And in fact, let's get rid of all of the periods here while we're doing it. So now, okay. Let's go ahead and run this on the example input again to make sure we didn't break anything. Checksum is 0. Okay, so we broke something. Oh, because I started making some changes down here that I didn't actually undo, right? No, I didn't. I undid those. Okay. This might have just gotten rid of everything in it. Let me do some testing. Okay, they both work how I expect them to. Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. I'm doing this on an empty string. It's decompressed. We haven't defragged it yet. That's all it is. It's the remove of the dot. It's not. I was using the wrong variable name. Let's see. I know tac is cat backwards. Isn't that cute? How funny is that? 1928. Okay, that looks right. Let's do this on the real input. Okay. Okay. So we are about 10,000 iterations into 238. That's actually not that bad. I'm going to be honest. That's not that bad. Like right now, we're about to hit 20 out of a little bit. When we hit, what, 23,000? Okay, we're 10% of the way there. That's not as slow as it could have been. Yeah, there's no good way. There's probably some optimizations here. There's no good way to parallelize this. The console prints might be slowing it down. That's very true. That's very true. That could be a big thing that's slowing it down. Nah. Oh, I said we're 20%. Did I say we're 20%? We're 10% of the way in. Now we're like 20%. That's cool. So yeah, echoing it could definitely be slowing it down. But we're so far in, I don't feel like changing it. Let's wait and chat. Hey, I'm down for that. My Vim question scrolled by. How do you comment, uncomment a block of text? How do you do it in Vim, or how do I do it? Because how you do it in Vim, I have no idea. How I do it is I press 0 to go to the beginning of the line. I press I to go into insert mode, and then I hit Shift 3 to make the pound sign appear. Like literally, there's a Vim way to do it. I don't use it. I literally just put in and out the comment character. So I don't know what the proper way to do it. Do a log every 10K? Yeah. Honestly, probably should have done that. Probably absolutely should have done that, but I think we're too far in now. I'm just going to let this run, and we'll see what happens. Using bash to defrag a hard drive. How beautiful. This is part 1 or part 2? This is part 1. Yeah, you're right. Let's sit here and chat. See if any girls are texting my phone. Oh, no one? Cool. That's not true. My buddy's actually sending me memes. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to let this run. I am going to go grab something to drink. All right, I'm back. I usually show line numbers, then use a regular expression. I've done that in the past. Yeah, I don't have a fantastic way. I'm trying to think. I've done some. I normally don't have to comment too much stuff out, especially like as I'm developing. Usually I'll just put like early returns or early exit statements if it's bash. Or if it's Rust, I can just, /* to open a comment and then * somewhere else to close it way later. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. You have a Vim config thing to actually like do commenting. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I guess I just never needed it, so I haven't worried about it. Only part 1 probably should have saved output to files. I'm like, whatever. I don't know what part 2 is. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to worry about part 2 till I get to part 2. Otherwise, I would just be needlessly anxious about the future for no reason. And I have my life to do that with. Yeah, Control V to use something like multi-cursors. It's similar. I don't know if you can do like a multi-insert with it. Sometimes I will like Shift V a whole selection, and then I will use that syntax that Matt talks about, where I use a little regex to just do it. Cool. So we've hit the last defrag. I don't remember what comes after that. Oh, generating checksum. What are we waiting on? We should have put a print here. Yeah. So now I have no idea what it's waiting on. When stream of writing RISC-V emulator and bash? Never. Listen, I'm sure anything will be faster than how I'm doing it. What did it even do between the defrag and the generating checksum? Because I didn't even pay attention to that. I should have put. I didn't even think we'd get that far. I should have put debugging around the generating the checksum. Also, we're getting the sum of a very big number. Do we have to worry about like 64-bit integers over here? Are we gonna? Is that a possibility? I mean, probably not. We're probably okay. Just kind of curious. Oh, cool. My watch was like set weird. It said my heart rate was like 35. Turns out I just wasn't reading it properly. Unsubscribed. Hey, man, that's fair. Yeah, I took a breath. That's exactly what happened. I'm so curious. I'm not going to stop it. Because the generating checksum logic was very, very simple. Like, we literally just loop it character by character. And then we, I do wonder if the substring notation is slow compared to if I loaded them into arrays. We'll never know now. But this checksum bit. This is just math. This is just multiplying and adding numbers together. This should be fast. This should be like wicked fast. I think the puzzles use max 32-bit numbers as solutions. Yeah, I would like to see how that's possible, because, yeah, we have 20,000 characters. I mean, who knows? Like, maybe they do. I don't know. Actually, we're going to see if this thing ever calculates, if it's actually calculating. God, Matt, you were right. I should have totally written out the defragged output to like a file or something. Just like, hey, we already did this. Might as well have this stored somewhere. Definitely have been solutions that don't fit in 32 bits. Yeah, I'm curious. Because like I could be online, 19,000, multiplying it by like a large number. Streaming now, live, the halting problem. Yeah, we'll solve that problem on this stream. Shell script compiler, can you try that? What are you asking me? Oh, hey, we have a checksum. That's a number. And that definitely fits within 64 bits. Does this fit within 32 bits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what is this? 89 billion? This is 89 billion, right? If it's 89 billion, then no, it doesn't fit in a 32-bit integer. Yeah, it's 89 billion. So that would not fit into a 32-bit integer. It would have to be 4 billion or 2 billion if it's signed, which numbers are signed in Bash. No, not bad, but like, yeah. Either way, it's not fitting. So let's see. We have a checksum. We have a checksum now. That took a long time. Let's go ahead and test the checksum. Are you guys ready? Let's see if we did it. That's not the right answer. Your answer is too low. Whoo! That is not the answer. The answer is too low. Ooh, how much does that hurt? That is crazy. Be careful copying and pasting the input for the puzzle. It's a very long line. Yeah. Did I get the input right? I most certainly did. All right, here's what we'll do. We will take low checksum. We'll save this just so we have it. Let's see. Is this the first wrong answer for AOC? No. I got another one wrong. I don't remember which puzzle it was. It was either the day before or 2 days before this puzzle. But no, I did have a wrong answer. It was a pretty simple mistake once I realized it. But no, this is not my first wrong answer, sadly. Generating checksum. I do wonder if this substring notation is just slow. Here's what we'll do. I don't know how costly it is to get the length of a string in Bash, but any sort of optimization here helps. So that's what we're going to do. I don't think we need to get it again, but it's fine. Cool. I think this is where it took a breath. Echo, fixing defrag, string, echo, fixed. I think this is what took time. So yeah. Yep. Echo, take a breath. Yeah. There we go. So now, let's run this against our example. And we get syntax errors. That's so sick. What did I do wrong here? That's what I did wrong there. Oh, which means it's going to be duplicated in this code. Cool. No, this is right. Oh, hey. I got rid of that semicolon. Okay. Taking a breath, fix, generating checksum, 1928. Okay, well this thing generates a checksum just fine. Here's what we can do. Once we have this data, echo defragmented into defrag.out. We will write it to a file. That's what we will do. Yeah. Let's just run it a little bit just to get an idea of what's going on here now. I probably won't let it run the whole way through, but we'll at least see what's happening here. Okay. I can't tell if that's faster because we're not printing as much. Anecdotally, it feels faster, but I'd probably have to check the VOD or do some timing around it. I could print timings. Yeah, maybe I could make like a time start, time stop function to put timing around this, just so we have an idea. The question is, what are we doing wrong? You know what we do in that final step? We put those periods back into that string, and then we loop over that string, and then we break when we encounter the first period. So that's just a minor optimization we could do. We could just get rid of that free space periods. We don't need them. They're not part of the checksum. Yeah. What's the input for this exercise? I can't give it to you. Input is different for everybody, and you're not supposed to share your input with people. So I will not be giving you my input. You can use the example input, or you can sign up yourself, but yep, I can't give it to you. This feel, am I crazy? Does this feel a little bit faster? Probably echoing to the screen is definitely a thing that makes it slower. So anecdotally, this feels way faster. You might print the checksum periodically and make sure you aren't getting some overflow. That is a great idea. That is a fantastic idea. Are we sure about the input? Sometimes copying huge single line breaks it. You're right. You're absolutely right. I should go grab the input again just to make sure. I'll grab the input, put it in a new file, and then diff the two to make sure. For this given example, the checksum is 1928. Just saying, that's the all on my laptop. Cool. 1928 is correct for the example input from the puzzle. But, I mean, the puzzle also tells you that. Possible edge cases. Example data starts and ends with numbers, question mark? Does it? I have no idea. Yeah, and the example data. Well, I mean, we should always start and end with numbers. We don't have free space at the end of the number. I think that's a thing. I think it's typically the puzzles don't throw stupid little things like that where they throw free space at the end. They'll have like a number. It'll be an odd number. And when we did a word count -c, it was an odd number. It showed up as an even number, but that's because I was counting the new line character. So frustrating when you get it right with the example, but not the real input. That comment has some weight because I know what horrors you've seen with day 6. Dude, I've looked through your script. I cannot figure out what's wrong with it, man. I'm going to be totally honest. Like I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, this should work, dude. I've made so many changes to it too, and I still cannot get it to work. So yeah, man, I definitely feel that. I know you do too. Rather than copying and pasting input, can you save as? I'll try that. Yeah. Oh, the interesting thing about the checksum step is it doesn't have to do this many steps because like half of them are going to be periods at the end. So this thing should break way before it hits 20038500. So I can factor out those periods and actually get a more telling number. Yes, I will figure it out. If you don't, I will, because it's actually frustrating me that it doesn't work. Like I'm looked at your code. I'm like, I understand exactly what he's doing. It makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, there are certain little things I can refactor it. One of the things, we can talk about your code later, but you have something in there where you check if you visited a place before, and that's how you detect a loop. But you also have this early exit where you're like, oh, if we've gone over the width times height of the puzzle, we should just break out. You check like, oh, if it's width 100, height 100, and we've gone over 10,000 steps, we should break out. I don't think that's right because you can occupy the same spots multiple times in multiple directions. You might have to multiply that by the number of cardinal directions there are, or just leave that out completely. Don't put in that break. Don't put in that, oh, we must be in a loop type of thing. Just let your loop detection logic work. Yeah, so I noticed one thing like that in your code. But that's totally outside of this. Let's figure this out. I've always automated the input download. That cuts down on the possible problem. I try to do it the first day. I try to wget it, but you have to be like logged in. There's some sort of token or something you must put there. Man. Yeah, and also, yeah, if you're going to make a smaller example and use my code, I would say use my Rust code that I work. I'm pretty sure it's committed up there just because it's so much faster. Just use the Rust code. You could literally generate all the puzzles with my code and random to files. It's going to run so much faster than the bash code. Try adding free space to the example to see if that breaks something. I can do that. Maybe get rid of the period to avoid the if statement in the checksum. Yes, I'm definitely going to do that. 100% I'm going to do that. And that will also give us better numbers with the checksum because the checksum should break out well before it hits 238,000. Although it doesn't look like it's going to. You can get your session variable from your browser, just don't show it on screen. Yeah, I figured there'd be something like that. How is the variable sent? Is it a cookie? Is it in a header? I'm assuming it's just like a cookie. Was this the same one? All right, so we got the exact same checksum there. Let me go ahead. I'm going to unshare my screen right now. I'm going to get my puzzle input. I'm going to go here. I'm going to save as, and we will save as input.txt on my desktop. Okay. Now we are going to go back to my terminal, and we're going to cp from my desktop input.txt to save as input.txt, and we're going to diff real input to save as input. They are identical. Those files are exactly the same, so we can rule out any sort of bad data from a copy and paste thing. My point here is, I love you, man. Right back at you, slick. The AI method I am playing with, just interesting in its own way. If the code created by it is correct, then whoa, just using laptop without GPU. Yeah, cool. I mean, that's awesome. Do what you got to do. Yep. All right. Let's see. What am I doing? What do we have now? We have the defragged output, right? Oh, it's going to be wild to look at. Oh, cool. So I did put all the periods at the end. Trying to grab the scroll bar. Oh, my God. What do you guys think? Does this look right to you? Oh, man. Off by one. You know what the worst part is? Imagine if I took the checksum that I generated, added one to it, submitted it, and it was right. I would be so mad. Oh my god. All right, let's do some work here. Let's figure things out. So we can speed this up by not appending back the periods. And if we don't append back the periods, then we don't need to even do this check here, because this check will never work. I think we can do this in one line, which will probably be faster than having to do mathematical expressions, save it to a variable, and then go back. Why are we looping over the length of decompressed and then accessing the length of defragmented? They should be the same. They're not now, but they should have been lined up like this. We get the defragmented. We grab the variable that we want out of it. We know the index of it, and we multiply it by whatever number was there. And then we add it to our accumulator. This looks fine. Okay. 1928, we still get that. That's good. That's good. It legitimately stopped stream on my PC when you showed the file. Yo, that's just the power I have, man. Oh, man. It stopped the stream on yours, too. Is stream okay? You guys see me? Is stream still holding up okay? Let's see. I do like the idea of echoing the accumulator. This is going to be long. But yeah, we can see that accumulator being built up. We write that to defrag. Okay. What we want to do is we have the defragmented output, right? Oh no. Because I ran the example input, it lost the defrag from the longer output and overrode it with the example output. How funny is that? Oh man. Darn it, I should have saved that, because then we could have just rerun the checksum logic to make sure that it looks okay. That's so funny. That's so funny. We'll do some stuff here. So what I'm going to do is we can generate that defragged output, which is pretty nice. And then when we have that defragged output, first I will CP it to a safe file. So we'll have it. That laugh was full of pain. Oh, it's fine. I mean, I've like RM'd weeks of work before. Like this is nothing new. I've been here before. We're having fun. I will save this output, and then we will have it. And then I will write a script that will just do the checksumming logic. And we can see how that fares. We may be able to do the checksumming logic faster. I have a way of doing the checksumming logic, I think, a lot faster. So hear me out. We'll use awk. We will take this defragged output that we generate, and we will inject new lines between every single character, and then we will use awk to get the field number and the number that shows up in it, and then we'll add it to some sort of accumulator. I think we can do it this way. There will be some work that has to be done to get us there, but I think we can do it this way. Oh, there's going to be some sort of math hack. Of course there is. I'm a programmer who doesn't know math, so we're brute forcing this. I accidentally rm-rf when I meant to ls. Yeah, that's, I mean, I've done it too. It sucks. It sucks. I don't do it anymore, but I used to have an alias or a function where if I was trying to rm-rf something, it would throw in a -I, which would make it interactive and it would ask me. But I just got frustrated by it. You know, it's sort of like, oh, my gun used to have a safety on it, but, you know, I got annoyed by it, so I took it off. It's like, yeah, my car kept beeping at me because of my seatbelt warning. It's like, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Oh, man. In Trust, that's an incredibly vivid story. Oh, man. R.I.P. That's brutal. I don't know if the space step separated string thing would help. Because I actually don't even know what the problem is right now. Also, I should probably do some performance testing with Bash. Like, if I have 100,000 long or 1,000,000 character long string or 1,000,000 spot array with one character in each, which one operates faster? Which one can I index faster? Because now that I think about it, it's probably the array would be way faster. It might be worth it to put things into an array. That's the beauty of the Mac Studio, man. The M chip Mac that I'm running, I can make Bash hammer the cores and you don't even hear the fan kick on. All right, we're almost there. Less than 10K steps left. What do we call it? Defrag.out, I think. Okay. Well, the accumulator seems to be doing something. Let's CP, or let's cut out of that. Let's CP defrag.out to defrag.real. Okay, now we have this, and we are good. This is safe. This is what my defragmented string looks like. This is crazy. Okay, so this is what the string looks like. I need to inject new lines between every single character. What's the easiest way to do it? Sed? Can I just do like that? It must not be empty. Can you just literally do dot? And then do I have to back reference one? How do you do it in sed? Sed's always different in every operating system. What's the logic on the checksum again? Right here is to take your final string and you read it from left to right. You take the index of this, so this is at spot 0, and the value, which is also 0. You multiply them together, you get this result, and then you add all those results together. Let's share this again. How do I inject new lines after every single character in an input stream using tools and not like a while loop? Like normally I would just do like some sort of while loop or something. Every version of sed is different, so that sucks. It's like this. Wasn't there like some weird syntax like that? Yeah, I don't know. By the way, the stream is fun. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We're all trying to solve something with other methods. That's right, we are. All right. There's got to be a way. What am I thinking here? We want to take every single character and append a new line to it. I feel like sed is the right answer, right? Sed is absolutely the right answer. But I don't know how to do back references in sed. What if I just put like, you know, a comma here? That doesn't show up anywhere. This says it's, Yeah, so there's something wrong here. Well, that's not even doing anything. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Now we do just have a blank line at the bottom. That's kind of annoying. This is going to be pretty gross, but we can just grep that out of there. And now our data is prepared for awk. So awk, let me do some testing here. Printf foo bar baz. Cool. So we have this. Let's pipe that to awk. And then what is it? Is it the NF for the number of the field? This should give us the index. No, NR. It's the number of the record. Oh, it's off by 1. Can you just do -1? You can. Okay. So that num equals $1, IDX plus num. I think that's how we do it, yeah. Now we just need a begin and an end. So let's do begin. We'll set a cum equal to 0. This is going to get gnarly, folks. And then that'll run for every element in there. And then end. I'm going to have to just do this in a script. Yeah, we're going to do a script. We're going to do a script. Is it awk-f-s? What is it for a script? What do you give awk to make it for a shebang? You have to give it something. Isn't it like awk-something? I don't remember off the top of my head, but we'll figure it out. Begin. Cum equals 0. Down here, we'll say IDX equals the number of records minus 1. The num equals $1, which is whatever the number will be. And then a cum plus equal IDX times number. Cool. And then end, we will printf. A cum is this. A cum. There we go. There's some awk for you. Let's see. grep-o dot will split by car too. Oh, will it really? Oh, cool. I just finished day 7 of AOC. Hey, it's up. I don't have the video up, like, edited, but I do have the live stream up where I finished day 7 in Bash. Let's see. Echo ABCD, grep-o dot, echo ABCDF, fold W1. Ah, the fold command. I always forget that exists. I literally forget that it exists. So if I were to like example this, oh my god, yeah, that's so much nicer. Thank you. What a good solution. So I don't remember if this awk is gonna work or not. Or I don't know if this awk is gonna work or not. Let's go ahead and generate the defragment for the example. Okay, cp-defrag.out to defrag.example. Cool, now we have an example one. Cat defrag.example and pipe it into our awk script. What do we call it? Checksum.awk, cat defrag.example, pipe it into checksum.awk, and yeah, do you not need this? Wasn't there something? Isn't it -s? Okay, well, we're getting some sort of syntax error. Where are we getting a syntax error? Is it just this? I'll be honest, I haven't made an awk script in a million years. Yeah, something seems wrong here. Is it dash F? Okay. It might be dash F. I think you're right. You're right. Thank you. It's dash F. Okay. I don't know where I was coming up with that. This is just not running. Oh, right. Because, yeah, I have to separate them. I have to do grep-o dot. There we go. 1928. Okay, cool. Now given defragged output, we can generate a checksum. So if we give it defrag dot real. Awk is so much faster than Bash. Awk is so much faster than Bash. That's insane. Wow. That is insane. That is insane. 0.07 seconds. Wow. Now the question is, it probably gave me the bad checksum, right? Yeah. Let's go ahead and submit this. And I think it's still the wrong one. Let's just go ahead and do this just for our own sake so we're not crazy. And it's wrong. The answer is too low. Okay, cool. So we know that our awk script is working. Our defragger is just not working. But it gives us the same answer. So we at least know that is the case. But really fast. Yeah, exactly. So our logic to defrag the drive is incorrect. Now, why is it incorrect? If I look at the real output, all right, it's one string, yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and figure out what could be wrong. So we have compressed data. I want to do some testing real quick. I think I can append to a string faster by using printf. Not that it will append to the string faster, but I think I can append multiple characters using printf. I think you can do something like this. %s, %*s. I think you can do this. And then I can say like 5f. That put 5 spaces there. I want to repeat the character 5 times. Is there a way to do that? That put 5 spaces there. That's nice, but not what I want. Yeah, that's spacing out. I thought there was a way to like repeat the string multiple times in there. Like a repeat character thing. Let me think. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to repeat a character 5 times. I thought you could do it with this, but maybe not. This puts it to the left, yeah. And that puts 5 spaces at the end of it. What I could do is just make it 5 spaces and repeat the spaces. Whatever. Yeah. We have the decompressed data, and then we have the defrag data. What could possibly be going wrong here? Let me think. What does our algorithm do? We loop over our decompressed string. We grab a character from it. If it's a period, then we grab a character from a reversed string. And then we increment that. And we put that character in that place. Yeah. And then we keep doing that. And then when we're done, oh, we can break out of this way earlier. Yeah. Let's speed this up while we can. Num appended equals 0. Num appended plus plus. If num appended equals len, nah, we need the length revlen. This is so dumb. This is just the length of all the numbers in there. Once we hit that revlen, then we're done. This is just an early escape. And then because we're putting that here, we can do this all in one. I think Bash supports this kind of notation. All right, let's try part 1 with the example input. Okay, I printed out a whole bunch of stuff during that checksumming, didn't I? Yeah, we don't need that because we have a working checksum thing in awk, which is awesome. Cool. So now we should have decompress.out, nice, and defrag.out. And okay. Defrag step 0 of 28, checksum step 0 of 28. Okay, so it does way less steps now, which is super nice. Oh man, sorry. Let's see. To print 100 equal signs, printf equal what? Oh, I see. You're giving it the number there. That's cute. That's clever. That's really clever. If that works, that's super clever. That makes perfect sense that it would work. Huh. Yeah. It would save us speed here during the decompressing data, but I think our decompressing data is fast enough, honestly. We'll see. Let me just get an idea of this. Wow, it still takes time to just fork out to rev. Okay, well there's less steps to do now because we're defragging. We don't have to keep doing extra logic. Let me think. Echo the accum inside the if for each 1,000. I might. I don't suspect it's a problem with the accumulator because I have the awk version of it, which I can just test. So if I did, I would test it with the awk version. Let's see what this does. We're looping over the string, the decompressed string, and every time we encounter a period, we're replacing it with a number from the reverse list. And once we've constructed a string, something's not right. Something's not right. Something's still off about this. I don't suspect we get the right answer from this, but there's still more to do, so we shall see. Do you want to print out the indexes of the characters you're swapping? Yeah, I should probably do that. That'd be probably good. Especially because I'm not really swapping them. I'm grabbing a character from a list of reverse numbers and just putting it into the string. And then I'm just chopping off the string when I've gotten to a certain point. It's an interesting algorithm, but I think it works. This is right in that zone where it's like, it takes a long time, but not too long, you know? Not long enough where I won't sit here and wait. I don't want to sit here and wait for it to generate a checksum of that. We now have defrag.out. So we can cat defrag.out, grep-o dot, pipe it into checksum.awk, and generate a checksum. That looks like the same one. I mean, of course it's the same one. We haven't done anything to actually fix it. But that's good. We are consistently generating the same checksum. So our checksum logic is almost certainly sound. Like, this is the world's simplest logic. We can go ahead and printf this for every single iteration. It'll be a lot. But, like, that grows in a way that makes sense. Like, I'm okay with these 0, 0, 0, 0. Are they all zeros at the beginning? They might just all be zeros at the beginning. They are. So I have all zeros and then 999. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Now what if I vim my real input, go all the way to the top? And so it shows up 5 times, then 4 free spaces, then 7. So we should have 0 5 times, and then 4 random characters, and then we should have some 7s. Oh yeah, then we should have 1s. Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, this logic looks right. Okay. What amount of data are you decompressing? I don't really know how to explain that. There's too much to explain. Let's see where we are here. Yeah, my checksum logic seems fine. It's going to be the defragging that is just wrong. So let's go ahead and figure out why. If the number of things that have been appended to this string, so like, you know, we've now appended 1, so the string is of length 1. If that is equal to the length of the reverse string, meaning how many numbers there are, then we break. We are done. We have defragged the disk. Now it's time to go through. Yeah, we don't even need to do this. There's no reason for that. And then we have to go through and generate the checksum. Okay. That's good. While we're at it, maybe convert it to an array. Yeah, it might be. That might be worth it. Especially because I could change the algorithm around a little bit. If I convert it to an array, then I can actually just swap the things in place. Like, that might be the better way to do the defragging, is actually just swap them in place. But this algorithm should work. Yeah, we're going to do a single step of defragmentation. The way we do it is we look at the character of the decompressed string. If it is a period, then we need to grab a string out of the reverse thing. This is what we care about here. We grab the first number from the reverse list of numbers, and then we increment the number of our reverse number pointer, and then we append that to a defragmented char thing. So we just do defragmented plus equal on this, and now this has become part of defragmented. Where's defragmented defined? Here it is. It's an empty string. Cool. And if the number that we have appended is equal to the rev length, the length of the reverse string, then we're done. That feels right. That feels just absolutely right. What could be wrong about this? Defrag.out. Yeah, like I'm going to look at this and have it make sense. 'So this is what the decompressed string looks like. $12, $12, $13, $13. What numbers am I putting in there? 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14. How is this supposed to handle two-digit numbers? Is it supposed to handle two-digit numbers? Wait, what am I doing? Am I doing something real weird here? Because a two-digit number, if I'm reading it character by character, two-digit numbers don't exist. They're just one digit. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I use the iteration. These are all just numbers. There's no such thing as two-digit and one. There's always going to be one-digit number. The only thing that could be two-digit is the index. But we're just grabbing something at that spot. We're not using these variables for anything. Yeah, we're literally just using the I variable here. And then in our defragment step, we're just using it here. Oh, that's checksum. Oh, God. Oh. Is this right? Hold on. This is the index to pull the number out. What it, oh my God, hold on. Something's not adding up here. Why are we putting the index in here? Why do we get this number? Index is even. We have a block. Represent this block using its index. We can simply divide our current position by 2 to chop off the decimal place to figure this out. Okay. What? This doesn't seem right. What about when you get to indexes above 9? Hold on, I think I'm fundamentally misunderstanding something here. Using one character for each block where digits are the file ID and period is a free space, the disk map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 represents these individual blocks. The first example represents these individual blocks 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The amphipod would like to move file blocks one at a time from the end of the disk and leftmost. this is what they want to do, but I don't think I was ever meant to represent the data this way. I think this is just meant to be a visual representation for me to understand what's happening. I don't think I'm meant to represent it this way, because when I try to represent it this way, we're going to go well above those numbers. You need other symbols, the ID. No, I don't. No. I don't need other symbols. I would need an unlimited amount of symbols. I don't need to create this visual representation of this. This is just for me to understand what's going on. I just dove right in and started representing it this way. I shouldn't ever even try to represent it this way. I should just work in it in one step. Yeah. Damn. Okay. How do we do this? Build a file system. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Okay. This is the index of the block. And this is where we need to store it. Okay. So all we are storing I have to think about this. I have such a garbage solution to this. I have such a garbage solution, but it's so janky. For every block, instead of writing one number, we write like 4 digits, and we just hope that 9999 is big enough. I have to approach this so differently than I've been approaching it. Wow. Okay. I have to approach this so differently than I've been approaching this. I don't know how we're going to do this in Bash. Does Bash support 2D arrays? No. That's why this might be a problem. Because I just need a string of... it's not a string of data. It's a collection of blobs. It's a collection of things. It's got to be an array. Let me think about this. We're just going to start doing it. I'm not coding. I'm just going to... we're not thinking, we're just going to code. All right. So we have the compressed data. And we have if it's a block or not. We know the index of it. So that's the char we should be using. All right. Let's try this. Instead of a decompressed string, let's make... make a new array. And then we will append this to the array. Already, this is going to be so much better. So we have this new array called B. Yeah, let's just use the existing variable names. Decompressed. Isn't it day 14? Not what I'm doing. We're doing day 9 over here. Done. Enter disk map, and you read the entire disk map, and then files. What the hell? I have no idea what you're even doing over there, man. keep doing what you're doing. All right. So now we have the decompressed data, and it's in an array. Let's go ahead and printf everything that's in there, separated by new lines. Exit 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. This looks nice, and it's in an array format, and it will handle multiple digit lines. Copy paste, it's working in a second. I don't know what you're telling me. So if I were to run that little one-liner and then paste in my entire thing of data, you're saying that what will happen? What does that even do? I don't know. All right, let's see. Decompressed, we have it in an array. Nice. Now we need to defrag the disk, and the defragmented will also be an array, not a string. And we need to let's get rid of this logic. J equals length of decompressed. Now I can use that syntax because it's actually an array. All right, let's think about this. For I equals 0, I is less than ling, I plus plus. Okay, now we're going to do the defragmentation. Do a single step of defragmentation. So we have to get the character out of the decompressed thing at spot I. All right, and if it's a period, what we need to do is we need to find the character at the end of the array and bring it back to the beginning. I'll take a break. Hey, I found your channel through your day 3 video post a few days ago. Just passed through to say hi before I drunk pass out. Yo, welcome, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully it was enjoyable. Hopefully you enjoy those videos. I'm editing day 4 now, and as you can see, I mean, we're doing day 9, so I'll have a lot of footage here to edit. God, I've been streaming for a long time. Didn't think this puzzle would take that long, but here we are. Never done an advent of code. I've heard of it, but for some reason this year, everyone around me is participating. Yeah, I don't know. I was just pinged in my Discord, and someone was like, yo, are you doing this? I was like, what is that? So yeah, it's been a ton of fun. I think it's really cool. I like doing these puzzles. I'll catch a bit of sleep. It has been fun. Awesome. Yeah, take care. Have a good night. Cool. Got the final 5 minutes of format. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't. Are you doing the puzzle? I don't actually understand. You've just been pasting bash in here. I do not understand what you're doing over there, man. Let's see. So we grab it out of spot I. If it's a period, then we need to find the first number at the end of the list. So we're going to walk this list backwards until we find a character. New char, decompressed at spot J. Let's do this. if new char not equal to dot, then we found one, break, swap them. So now we're going to swap them. So we basically walked the list backwards. That should be minus minus. The same list here, we found a new number going backwards. So now we are going to swap them. And, ooh, I don't want that here. I'll have to think about where I put this j minus minus, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So if we have a new char, we have to take whatever's at spot I, so swap them. So we'll do a simple, temp variable decompressed at spot I. We'll set decompressed at spot I equal to decompressed at spot j, and that decompressed j equals temp. So just a simple swap. And now that we've done that, we can break out of the loop. We need to do the j minus minus here. Actually, that's fine. Yeah, because then we can just start j at len. Cool. And we just keep doing that. Okay, that's fine. And then we need to know like when we're done. And I think we have to go back. I think we go back. Because we have this array called defragmented. Yeah, we do have an array called defragmented. And it's going to be set to whatever decompressed already is. We're going to copy it. So now we can do this. Cool. Now we need some sort of condition to know when we are done. When we are done. Let's worry about it later. Let's see what's going on here. Today is the furthest I've gotten, except I've missed a few part 2s and 8 and 9 completely, but I'm not letting that stop me, just working on the assumption that I'll go back to them when I get time. Yo, I think that's fair, man. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. You don't want to get burned out. Terminal font name? I have no idea. It's whatever the default with iTerm2 is on my Mac. We don't put it in the front. We must put it in the next free space. I think you might overwrite some files. I don't even know if I have files anywhere. But yeah, I don't know if you're talking to someone else, but that is what I'm doing here. I'm not putting it in front. I'm putting it wherever the first free space I encountered was. For I less than j, maybe. This is working. Divided into 4 message. I don't know what you're doing, man. I have no idea what you're talking about or what's working. I don't even know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're attempting over there. Let's see. Yeah, I think you're right. Less than j, because that's when they swap, right? And once they swap, then I know that there's no more work to be done. I think you're right. I think that's right. And then if we're here, we don't need to do any of this stuff. We could still echo out the defragmented data. Put new lines in it, defrag that out. And then we have the generate checksum logic. Let's go ahead and run this. That didn't work. Maybe it did. Where do we print stuff? Oh yeah, so this defrag step will keep going down as we defragment more and more. That's kind of neat. Let's see. Hey, just got here. What's the gist of the puzzle or timestamp? I can jump back to where it's discussed. Probably at the beginning of the video. But yeah, it's called Advent of Code. That's the name of the puzzle that I'm going through. So you can just like Google Advent of Code. You'll find it. It's really big. Okay, so now this just needs a change. And then wow, yeah, there's no way that ever would have worked. I don't know what I was thinking, guys. that was messed up. Compressed one-liner and bash to solve the whole issue. You're gonna solve the entire puzzle in one-liner and bash, and you're gonna use LLMs to do it. Is that what you're doing? Why are you not running bash minus X? I could. Sometimes the output's just a little bit gnarly if you do that. Yeah, smart move. Oh, yeah, because it's I hate this. Mixing array and substring notation is the most annoying thing. Okay, cool. I think we're done. Thank you for the bash minus X thing. Yes, that's what you're doing. Okay, neat. Yeah, if you can solve it in one line, that's pretty cool, I guess. Still getting 0. Oh, pfft, yeah, right. Okay. This looks better. It looks more defragmented. What was that noise? Nothing. Cool. What am I doing wrong? Wait, oh wait. Was that a defragmented thing that I just printed? Well, that doesn't look defragmented at all, does it? None of that looks defragmented. Oh, because I'm stupid and using the wrong variable. Haha. This is going to be a fun video edit. Oh my god, mistakes all around. Okay. Okay. I don't see anything wrong with this logic. And we're outputting it there. Yeah. Let's see. Chat's blowing up. Let's see what's going on. I find it kind of suspicious that they don't know where this guy you're trying to find is, but they know exactly how many stars you need to find him. I spell a Christmas conspiracy. No, this is just like, we're basically playing Super Mario 64. We got to get 120 stars, and then we can go fight Bowser. We aren't here to watch someone test AI. We're here to watch a human brain problem solve. Yeah. Listen, if you can get a one-liner out of it, hey, that's pretty neat. But like, that's it. I'll be like, hey, that's pretty neat. I don't care how other people solved it. Like, I just want to figure this out on my own. But do what you're doing. Like, that's cool. Yeah, what up, Travis? How you doing? It's gonna be something here, right? Oh, I printed swap a whole bunch of times. Is there something wrong with my swap logic? Shouldn't be. These I's and J's should just work. Yeah, that makes sense that we're swapping it with that, but that's not right. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm stupid. We need to grab the J one? No, wait, no, nope, nope. I'm still stupid, ignore me. Alright, so this should be a number now. Okay, cool. And at J, it should be a period now. So it should be number period, number period, number period. Okay, cool. So we're successfully swapping them. Why doesn't it look like we are? That's what I want to know now. Let's see. I'm going to sleep now. Hopefully there'll be a video of it soon. Yeah, don't worry. Have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. There will be a video, of course. Don't you worry about that. Why do you still need defragmented when you're doing the defragmentation inline? I really don't. I just copied it, actually. I just copied it so the variable would be the same. So defragmented is just set to what decompressed was above, and decompress is just an array. So I literally just made a copy of the entire array. So now we get the length of defragmented. J is set to the length, while I is less than J. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's see what happens here. Okay. I just don't understand why that defrag output doesn't look good. This does look good. That looks way better. Okay. Yeah, that looks like successfully defragmented output. So if it's been defragmented, then I should just be able to run it through checksum.awk, right? And then I could do something like this. Can I just do that to say like if it's a number? I think you can. 1928. Okay. Yeah, so we have that working. So what if we tried to run it against the real input, right? I think so. Let's try it. Let me get rid of those comments that I put in there. Cool. And then real input. We'll let this run. We'll see what it does. Oh, look at that. That's really cool. Why are there so many less steps? Am I crazy? Oh, no, of course there's going to be less steps. Of course there's going to be less steps because there's less numbers. Right. Let's see if this works. You guys ready? Nailed it. That's so much easier than I was making it. Dude, I should have reached for a raise from the beginning. I don't know why I thought to represent numbers as multi-digit, like, what was I thinking? I don't even think I was thinking. I don't even know what happened there. That was insane. I don't know why I was thinking that. We nailed it. We did it. Good job, us. But, like, what was I thinking? I took a visual representation and then tried to copy it, not thinking that, like, I would lose data and the integrity of the data by doing that. First try. First try. That's right. I haven't been streaming for, oh my God, 2.5 hours, and I only did part 1. Bruh. That's crazy. All right, what have I missed? Is temp necessary? Shouldn't it be the char that is equal to period? Hey, you're right. I just, in my brain, I wrote the swap algorithm, but yeah, because we already know it's a period, we don't actually need to swap them. That's a very good point. We did it. All right. What do you guys say? Part 2? Wow. Even the checksum algorithm was so much faster. Let's remove the outs and then do a get status. What do we even have on here? Just edit the first try at the beginning and leave the VOD viewers confused why the video is so long. I like that idea. I really like that idea. I always try to put something fun or cheeky at the beginning of the video. So, yeah. All right, let's jump on to day 2. Part 2. Upon completion, 2 things immediately become clear. First, the disk definitely has a lot more contiguous free space, just like the amphipod hoped. Second, the computer is running much more slowly. Maybe introducing all of the file system fragmentation was a bad idea. The eager amphipod already has a new plan. Rather than move individual blocks, he'd like to try compacting the files on his disk by moving whole files instead. Oh, okay. This time, attempt to move whole files to the leftmost span of the free space blocks that could fit the file. Attempt to move each file exactly once in order of decreasing file ID number, starting with the file with the highest file ID number. If there is no span of free space to the left of a file that is large enough to fit the file does not move. Oh, God. Okay. The first example from above now proceeds differently. Okay, we have all this. So we have 9 twice. We try to move it as far left as we can. And there we go. There's our space. Then we have 8. We try to move that as far as we can, and it doesn't go anywhere. So then we try to move 7 as far as it can, and it does fit here. So then we try to move 6, doesn't fit anywhere. We try to move 5, doesn't fit anywhere. We try to move 4, and it does. And then we try to move 3, and it doesn't. Okay. The process of updating the file system checksum is the same. Now, this example's checksum would be 2858. God, I hate this. Okay. Let me copy part 1 to part 2. Let's go. So we're reading the data. And we are getting that new decompressed data of it. Okay, we have the decompressed data. So now our logic for defragmenting the drive will have to change. Instead of defragmenting block by block, we are going to defrag file by file. All right, all right. How are we going to do this? Let's see. That's exactly what that sigh is. You nailed it. All right. I don't know if I want to... I think I've overcomplicated this like crazy. I think we want to read the data in and not even do any of this period stuff. We just want to keep track of how much is there. Okay. Let me think about this. All right, so we should have an array of files. And each file will keep track of how many blocks it contains. All right. We have the compressed data. What are we doing with it? Yeah, I think we're okay here. Because what we have is... We have the index and how much free space is there. Okay. I have to think about this. I have to think about how I want to represent this data. Because we know how many blocks there are. So we might have, 5 blocks of 0, and then 5 free spaces and 5 blocks of 1. And then we have to go all the way to the right and try to see if we can squeeze in something there. If it helps, I know how it is in Python. Nope. No hints, please. Unless I get stuck and ask, I'm gonna tough this out in my head. I'm gonna figure this out. Taking the glasses off, we're gonna really focus. Let me think about this. How do I want to represent the data? Yeah, I've written memory allocators before. This is very similar to it. Where you have data and you have metadata. I think that might be the way to do it. I think this is how I would do it. Now, I don't know how I'll do it in Bash, but in a different language that had, objects and stuff, what I would do is I would have I would make a page. This is just a word, just a page, and it would know what file it had. So here, I'll show you a visualization. So I would have a page that knew that it was responsible for file 0. File 0 took up 2 spaces, 2 bytes, whatever you want to call it, and file 0 had 3 free spaces after it. So it'd be a struct, and it would know my name is 0, I take up 2 spaces, and I have 3 spaces of free space after me. Then I would have another struct where I would say my name is 1, I take up 3 spaces, and I have 3 free spaces after me. And then I would have a linked list of those things. Then what I would do is I would loop the list backwards and say, my name is 9. I only take up 2 spaces. Where can I go? So I would start from the left and be like, oh, hey, my name's 0. I have 3 free spaces. You could go here. So 9 could be like, oh, I'll move there. 0 will update itself to have 0 free spaces. 9 will have 1 free space, and it will come before 1, 1, 1. This is how I would do it in C. This is how I would probably do it in like Rust or something. I have to figure out how to translate this to Bash. This is how I would do it. Because I'm in Bash, I have to do things a little bit crappy. So what I should do, I'll have to make 2 arrays to store this data. I'll have to make 2 arrays. One will keep track of how much free space there is, and one will keep track of the size of the data there. And I might need, literally, because I want an object with 3 pieces of data in it, I might need 3 arrays and to keep them all in sync, which super sucks. Like, super sucks. But I would have 3 arrays where the first spot of the array would be like the number of the index of the data that's there. The next spot would be how big it is. The next spot would be how much free space comes after it. And then when it comes time to swap, I just have to swap all of them at the right way. Ah, man, part of me really does want to reach for like a different language, because I could probably bang this out in Rust so much faster. But I feel like the challenge is in Bash. I know I won't be able to do Bash forever. I feel like I'm going to hit a point where it just becomes too difficult to do this in Bash in a reasonable way. But for now, we're going to try, and we're going to try our best. All right, you ready? We've read the data. Here's what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to just trash all this code down here. We still have it in part 1. Oh, you can't see my terminal. In part 2, I've trashed all the code, and we're going to start fresh. So we are reading compressed into a thing. Actually, wait, let's just leave this code here, you know, because that code's at least fine. Done. So what we want to store from this is we want to know file names, and this will also be the order they appear. Free blocks and file size. Cool. So don't give up on Bash. Don't worry, I won't ever give up on Bash. But man, if I was in a different language, I would structure this so much more. It's so different. If we are even, then blocks, otherwise free space. Index is num divided by 2. And then we can say, so if we're here, we know we are dealing with a block of data. So file names plus equal the number that's there. Actually, wait, we could just do this. No, that's not right. The index is the file name, isn't it? Yeah, the index is the file name for now, and we're going to rearrange them. That's a little bit confusing. Index is the file name. The file size is the number. And the free blocks is what comes after it. The free blocks at index is also the number. This is so confusing, but let's give ourselves some functions. Let's say, you know, print file. We give it an index, and then with that index, we can know everything about it. We can know name, file names at I. We can know size, and we can know free, how much space is free after it. So free blocks and file size. Now we could say something like echo file index idx, name equals name, size equals size, free after equals free. We can do that. So now we have a nice little print file. So we could do print file 0 at the end of this. Part 2, read in from example input, and we can get a syntax error. Vim part 2. What is my problem here? Oh, I used I in IDX, didn't I? That's why. Try to be consistent with your naming. Let's see. You could fake it with an associative array with indexes like file number, free blocks, file number. You could. Yeah. You totally could. It's all about faking things with the associative arrays in Bash. Oh, I just tried a 28 GG in there. Cannot assign list to array member. Why am I trying to assign a list to it? Oh yeah, wait, why did I do this? We're using direct access notation. We don't need any of this stuff. What was I thinking? Oh my god. Brain's getting fried here. Reading data. Okay, so the file at index 0 has a name 0, size 0, and has free space after it. Is that right? The file at index 0 should have 3 free spaces after it. It should have the name 2. No, it should have the name 0, and it should have a size of 2. Okay, so none of that is right. Neato. Why is this not right? Let's see. Okay. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? I'm just doing everything wrong. Man, my brain must be fried. I think I'm done after this one. But we'll get it. We will get this one. Yeah, wow. My brain is completely fried. I'm just using all the wrong variable names. Okay. Yep. And free blocks might be unset if we are at the last one. Cool. So this works. This actually works. That's crazy. So print file, let's print file 0, 1, 2, and we'll just like look at it and see. Cool. So we can see that index 0, the size is 2, the name is 0, and there's 3 free spaces after it. That looks right. At index 1, the name is 1, the size is 3, and there are 3 free after it. Okay, this all looks right. Yeah. So we are successfully representing this correctly. So now we have a good representation of the data. The free blocks will be empty for the last file that's in there, and num files will be the length of file names. That's good enough. Okay, so now we know how many files there are, so we need to loop over each file backwards. That's what we need to do. For I equals, let's say, length equals file names. Cool. I equals len. Let's do len. I have to learn to be consistent. Len minus 1. I greater than equals 0. I minus minus. Do. Done. Let's say we need to try and make this go as left as possible. Try to move this block as far left as possible. And the way we do that is we loop over everything in the correct order. For j equals 0, j less than, j less than I. Cool. J plus plus. Do. Done. Cool. So now what we try to do is we started at the beginning to see if there's a spot for I. So we're going to look to see if there's a spot for I. The way we do this is we know our size. Let's say current size equals file size of I. That's the current size of the file I. If, let's see, free space equals free blocks at j. That's how much j can offer in terms of its free space. If cur size is less than or equal to free space, then we can move it there. Now we have to come up with the logic to actually move this stupid block around. It's going to be so annoying. We're going to have to do a lot of variable manipulation. So the way we will handle this, we will have to take the thing we're moving, which is I. We are moving I to J. I moves in front of J. This is annoying because we'll have to re-index the whole array. Yeah, we will. And then if we re-index the whole array, these loops stop working. We'll have to do this in a function breakout and put it in a loop. That's what we'll have to do. Yeah. Because we have I, we need to move it to after J. So, yeah, I will become, moves in front of J. That should be after. After J. Yeah, you said in the chat, yeah. After J. Cool. Let's worry about this and then figure out the rest of it later. So, if we're going to move I after J, we have to do a lot of stuff here. We have to re-index all of the arrays. This is going to suck. And the way you re-index them is in bash. That's why the single quote blocks would have probably been more convenient. Oh, yeah, exactly. If I could just have a linked list of blocks and I could just move them, my life would be so much easier. I would create another array for telling where what needs to move and then make all changes at the end of J loop. Let me think about that. Yeah, I think we're okay here. I think we're okay here. Let's figure out how to, because in order to move something in an array in bash, we're not really, like, we're not moving it. We can recreate the whole array. But we could also just move it. Because I could do something like, let me think. I'm just going to write some code out and we'll see what makes sense. File names at I. File names at J becomes, file names at I becomes file names J. I could abstract this out into a swap function, but like, who cares? And then file names at J becomes temp. But there is work that needs to happen before we can swap them. But this is what all the swap stuff looks like. Kids, don't use bash. Okay, swap everything. Yikes. So now that we're here, before we can swap things, though, we should update some values. So what values need to update? Well, the free blocks at the free blocks that come after God, this sucks. Let me think. I have to think about this. We have to update the free blocks. We have to keep track of what comes after. So the free blocks at the thing we just moved needs to be actually added to. The free blocks of the thing that we are moving in front of you. Let me think about this. So J is what we're moving in front of. We need to subtract the cur size. Yeah, because those are no longer free. We've taken up those blocks. The free blocks at J will subtract equal cur size. The free blocks at I will now be set to whatever the cur size was. No, the free blocks at J, I'm wrong about this. Free blocks at J becomes 0. And the free blocks at I become the cur size minus what was there before. Let me think about this. I hate this. I would rather just have a struct that defines all these things. It'd be so much cleaner. J is what we are moving in front of. J is what we were moving in front of. So its free space is going to go down, and it's going to go down to 0. J is going to become 0. It has no free space at all because we've moved something in front of it. The free space that now to the block we just moved it to, this one's easy because the free space is now whatever it was before, which was cur size. No, it was free space minus cur size. That's what we're doing. So what the original free space was minus the size of the current thing because we moved it in front of it. That's what's happening now. And then we have to go through and do the swaps, and then the yeah, we should be fine now because now we swap the file names, the file size, and this. And now that we've done the swaps, we can break out of this loop because there's no reason to process the rest of them. None of the loop sizes have changed. I think we're done. I think we're done. Oh, man. Let's see. So if we're done here, we need to create the checksum. And the checksum is, how do we represent this in a way that can be the checksum? The checksum was just the order of the file names, right? Yeah, we don't care about the file. Yeah, just the order of the file names for the checksum. I have no idea if this is going to work. Yeah, so those are all the file names that we were able to put them in the right order. Nope, I have no idea what I'm printing. I have a bunch of data now moved around, and I don't even know how to represent it. So let me think about this. I don't think you have to swap file blocks now. I think you're right. I don't think I need to swap them. I think I just need to point to them in a different order because the file names orders has been updated, right? I think do I just update file names? This can't be right. Let me think about this. Okay. Trying to move 9 after 0. 9 has a size 2. And 0 has a size 2, but it has 3 free spots after. So that should have succeeded. So that should have succeeded. And it did. Now we're going to try to move 8 after 0. 8 has a name of whatever. This should still be the same. Oh, we have to move it to after. We have to move it to after, not take over the block. So free blocks at J is equal to 0. Free blocks at I is the new free size. Now we have to move them. So I think we can just do... No, we're moving it after. And this will mess up the loop because we're using I up here. So this is really cringe. Did you say that? I don't know. I might have just ignored it. What did I do? Oh. I think we're in a loop. Like an infinite loop. How do we even get in here? There's no way that's legit. I minus. Yeah, look at me. Look at me, huh? Beautiful. Thank you. Cool. So now we have this. We're not even printing it out properly to actually be checksummed, I'm realizing. Because we need to print the file name size times and then dot free space times after. Okay. So for... Let's just use this. For I equals 0, I less than, so like just a len variable. I did use len, okay. Len, I plus plus, done. I've already written this logic before, so let's just use it. We have the name, the size, the free. Okay. So now in order to get the checksum, we will do yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay. So for j equals 0, j less than size j plus plus do can I just do this? Let's just do this and let's just see if it works. All right, so that's what it thinks the final thing looks like. And this doesn't look anything at all like what's happening over here. So I'm doing something wrong. Let's see. How did you delete all the words local just now? Control V. V is select, and you can just use V, and then you just move left and right to select things. Shift V will do entire lines, and then Control V will do a block style selection. So I'm just going up and down and left and right. You do this, and then if you don't want those things to be anymore, just hit X, and then they're gone. Yeah, that's how I do it. So somehow this thing managed to fit 888 at the beginning of it. That doesn't make any sense. Let's do this. We're going to put this in a function called print all. This will just be for debugging purposes. So what we can do is we can go at the bottom of this, we can print all and exit. And before we even get started, we can print all, and then we can see what it changed. Yeah, no problem. All right, so here's what we started with. And let me double check over here. It looks like it's basically the same. Yes, it is identical. We have this perfectly. Cool. And then after the first movement, we take this 99 and we get rid of the 00. So that's not right. That's not right at all. So we're doing something wrong. Let's see what's going on here. So we exit out of the first one. That's fine. We try to move I, which is the 99, to after J, which is 0. And it should work because 9 has a size of 2 and J has 3 free spots. Cool. So 0 has 3 free spots that come after it. Because we know that, we set the free blocks of J equal to 0 because that is what we're trying to move. That's not right. And we set the free blocks of I, which is... No. Wait. J is what we're moving. No, I is what we're moving, and J is where we're moving to. Yeah, J is where we're moving to. So if we're moving to J, we have to set the free blocks of that to 0. And then we have to do... We set these and then we swap. Yeah, that's not right. We set these and then we swap. I'm still thinking about structures. Something is wrong at the free space logic. We shouldn't switch ionization. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's what's going on here. We swap them, and that's beautiful. So now that we're swapped, now that we are swapped and we live in this world where J is what we're moving. So now in this world where we swapped, I is what we're moving and J is where we move to. So where we move to... Nope, confusing myself. I guess we can just do it up here before we even swap. So before we even swap them, we're going to set the free space to the thing that we're moving to. I think this is right. Let's just try it. Yeah, that wasn't right. That's what I get for just trying things. I see what's going on though. Like I can see the way that it's manifested what's wrong. Because we've swapped everything. We've swapped... The file sizes don't change. The file names don't change. We're just swapping them. So now this is working. We're swapping out what is 1 and what is 999. Oh yeah, that's not right. That's not right. Yeah, we can't just swap it out. We'd have to swap out everything. We can't just swap it out. That doesn't make sense. Yeah. No, we have to make room for it. We can't just swap it out. Yeah, we have to insert into a given spot in the array, and we can't do it. All right. I'm gonna lock in, and we're gonna do this right. So we have the place that we just checked, and we have the thing that we want to move. We want to move J, and we want to move it to be after I. So in order to move it to be after I, we have to updates I free space. Yep. If we're updating it to be after I, we have to change it to whatever its free space was, and then subtract the current size. No, none of this is right. Oh, this sucks. Man, I might be getting to the point where I have to reach for a different language. This is just not how I would think to approach this problem. This is so backwards to how I think. So we know J needs to move to be after I. So that means I's free space is going to go down by whatever it already was. Why did I get free space here? Oh, J's the beginning. I'm so backwards. I'm so not good. Yeah. J is the beginning, so I is the thing we're moving. I don't know. Yeah, I had this right. Yeah, so J suddenly has 0 free space because we're going to push something up against it. I has the free space of what J used to have minus the current size of the thing that we're moving. And now we have to move. We have to move J in front of it. We have to move I in front of J. We're not going to use temp variables to do it because we're not swapping, where we have to recreate the whole array. we have to create a new array that takes what was in the array at the beginning, has to take what was in the array at the end, and everything in the middle. Dude, this sucks. This sucks. I don't know if I can do this in Bash. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, we've been here for over 3 hours. It's tough because we're so close, you know? Because like this needs to be 0 to J. So if J spot 2, we're actually not moving J. So J plus 1. And then this needs to, I don't think I can do this in Bash, guys. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea how I would even approach this problem. Well, I do know how I'd approach it. It just doesn't fit with the way this scripting works. I'm going to try and think of other possible solutions. I'm going to try and think of other solutions in Bash before I give up on this. Okay, I give up. I'm calling it here for Bash, and we are going to do this like big boys. Y'all ready? We are going to do cargo, new, Rust, part 2. Buckle up, we're getting into Rust. Generate real files. I thought about that, like just literally generating actual files that have like sizes and stuff. But I'm done here. We're doing it in Rust. We're doing it like big boys. That's what's happening here. Okay. Okay, let's go. So now we can do what is it? Is it example input.txt? Yeah, I think so. Okay, got that. Now we can do a nice little, is there like a .chars method? I think there is a .chars method, right? For C in input.trim.chars.enumerate. Cool, looks right. Now we can say if I modular divided by 2 equals 0, then even, else. What are you saying? Here doc, generate files that execute that tells what its size is, and free space using string substitution for altering. You have to keep track of the order somehow. That's my only problem, is how do you keep track of the order? Because like the file names are kind of embedded in that. You'd have to store the file name as a piece of metadata. But I mean, if you have a solution that you think will work, write it out, because I'm giving up on it. I'm totally just giving up on the Bash solution. And maybe that's my fault, because I've done work similar to this in other languages, and Bash is just not fit for this job, man. It's brutal. What do we want? You want the index, and okay. So the even number will always be first. And does everybody loop over 2 chars? Now that you gave up on Bash on this day, I must try this one. Oh, you absolutely have to. I would love for you to do that. I think that'd be super fun. Let's see. Let blocks equal. Let's just store the input that we read from the file. Okay. So now we have free and we have blocks. Cool. Oh, YSAP leaderboard. That'd be fun. I like that idea. So that doesn't do anything. Cool. That's what I thought. So now we can do a cool. Let free equal, or let f equal free at spot I. Well, let me take it from it. It's clone, right? I think it is. Gotta call later on it. Yeah, that makes sense. 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to null. Then if 3 gets moved to the right of 0, it'll be 0 to 3, 1 to 2, 2 to null, 3 to 2. Right, I understand the concept of a linked list. How are you saying to store this? I'm going to be honest, I don't quite understand how to, Micah, I don't quite understand. Hold on, my brain is fried. I have to lock in to read what you're saying. Give me a second. Oh. Could you fake a linked list by maintaining an array of what the next file is? Order is just another array that points to the next file. Zero to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to null. Then if 3 gets moved to the right of 0, it'd be 0 to 3. Right, so I'd have to change the order. Right, and then you're just like swapping them out. That makes sense. Yo, Red Bull's disgusting, man. Monster for life, but not really. I'm worried about my heart, so no monsters. Keep the next file name in an array, and the index of the arrays is just the file names. Right, so I have an array of file names, and the index of it, or sorry, the index is the file name, and the value it points to is what file comes after it. That makes sense. I do need to know what file comes after it, because here's the thing. I don't know if this accounts for this, but like when I move a file, here, I'll visualize it. When I take this file like 99 and move it here, I have to consider this the new layout of it now when I go back and regenerate where things fit. I think that fits in with what you're saying. Let me see. I think you're onto something. Yeah. Next file, free blocks after, and file size. I think that's what I was attempting to do with file names, because why would I store file names? Why would I store file names? Because the name of the file is the index. You're right. I know. That's why I'm wondering why I was storing file names. I feel like I was onto this idea, but I just didn't quite flesh it out. You're right, though. You're right. I'd have really lock in to focus on what you were saying. Yeah. Instead of file names, I don't need that. We just need next file. I'll have to change that, but that's fine. Let me just do this and let me think about this. Because it's late and you've been live streaming for hours. That is the answer. I don't know if you guys know this about me. I talk about it often on my channel, but like, people are like, "Oh man, I love getting locked into those 8-hour coding sessions." I'm like, bro, I don't do anything for more than like an hour. Like I get burnt out and then I'm done. Like you got to take breaks. Like I'm a bad example of what you should be doing. Don't do this. Or this hopefully is a good example of how stupid I'm thinking. But no, you're on to something. You're not onto something. You're on it. Yeah. This is it. Like you're right. I think this is all I need. I think you're right. Yeah, because I just need to traverse the list of next files to loop over them instead of the length. Let me think about this. So the next file at index 0 is always going to be. So when we're creating these, we know that the next file is always going to be the IDX plus 1. Like, if we're at file 0, we know the next file will be file 1. We don't even have to do that. We just need to check if it's the last one that we have to set it equal to like null or something. So what we could do is if we're down here, we could say next file IDX minus 1 equals null. Is this valid syntax? I don't even know if this is valid syntax, but like, you know what I'm trying to say. I think that's right. And then for print all, instead of looping through that array, we're going to just basically do, or 0, because nothing should be to the left of 0. Well, no, the next file, no, you're right. Yeah, because 0 starts at the beginning. 0 is you're right. 0 is a good sentinel value because nothing can actually ever be to the left of 0. Assuming they always increment like that. Wait, no, yeah, we index them. You're right. So now we just need to loop over linked lists, which I've done before a million times. So oh my God, local next file, or let's just call it pointer. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is making me think of C. This is so much easier. Next file at 0, because that's where we're going to start. Next file equals 0. The pointer is that at next file. And then we can do while, I don't know. I'll think about what goes in this while loop, but while true, do. And now that we're in here, we know the cur. Let's just keep it as I. We've now got it in at that space. Cool. So now, in order to figure out where to go next, we have to grab next file at I, because that will point us to the next place we have to go. So that would be the next file at I. points us to where we need to go next. And if while next file not equal null. I'm just gonna leave it as null for now to make it easier for debugging. Next file equals that. And now that we're here, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. I think we're onto something. Oh, man. What is this chat message? Still trying and started hallucinating. Why is that chat message in blue? That's wild. I don't know what that means. But thank you for the fancy message. How'd you make that happen? Well, you didn't pay me money, did you? I don't know how to check that. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Holy God. That's crazy. Oh, wow. You actually paid real money to send that message? Yo, thank you. I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. That's super cool. I've never had anyone send money over YouTube before, so I didn't know what that meant. Yo, appreciate it, man. That's awesome. That's crazy. I didn't know what that message was. I didn't know why it was blue. That's crazy. Yo, thank you, brother, man. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. Yo, Davey, you cheersing tonight or not? Bro, I don't even know what that means. Let's see. Next file is whatever next file is at 0. We always start at that index because it should never move. And then whatever the value of that is, that becomes the index that we feed it back into. Okay. Okay. All right. And that's how we print all. Real input. No, not real input. Example input. Well, that's probably not great. Part 2. Brain is fried, everyone. Does not get set. Let's just see what all the next files are sent to. What is this 10 here? Okay. Okay. You know what? I think it's my fault. I think I'm off by 1. Okay. Okay. Let me look at the chat real quick. Oh my God. Guys, you super chat message. We love your content. Just subscribe already. Yo, thank you for the message. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you're watching, you like this content, go ahead and hit subscribe. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to pay to send me messages. All right. Please don't feel like you have to. But if you want to, obviously, it's much appreciated. That's super fun. That's super cool. I've never gotten super chats before. So look at me. I'm like a real streamer. Oh, man. Yo, greetings from Poland. Yo, dude, welcome, man. Glad you're here. Let's see. Okay. Trying to move 9 after 0. Success. And then we break out of the success. So now that we have that, we have next file, we have free blocks, and we have file size. Only thing that ever needs to change are our free blocks. We need to update them. And we need to set the next blocks. Next blocks? Next file. And we need to update the next file of the two things. So the thing that we are moving, J is what we are moving. We're moving it. So the next file is set to whatever the next file of I was. And the next file of I is set equal to J, I have to think about this more. Give me, I'll think about this more because we're having to touch indexes and not values. We're not looping. We're not doing this right. I gotta think about this more. Oh man, what are we doing here? We are looping through the files forwards and backwards, but we can't just do this. We can't just do this because we now have a linked list of things that's keeping track of the order. So when we loop this, we have to loop in order. This is, yeah, see, this might be hard. Yeah, I agree. Give me a minute. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm just gonna go grab something to drink. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Yeah. Oh man, let me think about this. How do I want to do this? Because if we move something, we update that linked list. But that means when we loop over it, we have to loop over it in the order of the linked list. That might not be hard. No, it will be. Yeah, because we've abstracted the order. And we can't really do that without consequence. I don't need a doubly linked list. I mean, we can just use a singly linked list. It's not a problem because I can just iterate over it. I don't care about performance yet. Yeah, when you make a change, you have to move across the new list, and that's where it gets, like, difficult. I have an idea. I have an idea. Let me work out the idea in my head. Listen, man, you can say it all you want. I'm never gonna ask ChatGPT to solve a problem for me. All right, what do I want to say here? I'm just not gonna say anything. I'm just not gonna ask ChatGPT to solve anything for me. That's how I feel about that. I have an idea. Once we generate what the new order should be, Generate all new arrays. just regenerate all new arrays. Create new temporary arrays and just copy them over. Oh my god, this sucks. There has to be a better way to do this. Yeah, because we need a way to specify order, and a linked list is a really good way of doing that. So we have this linked list, and we have the ability to loop over the linked lists. And because we have the ability to loop over linked lists, we have the ability of resetting these three things. I think we need 4 things. I think we do need file names. Because the index will change of these. I think we need file names. We need 4 things. I mean, basically what we're doing is we're having a struct with 4 items, and we're storing them in an array, but because of Bash we can't do it, we have to just have 4 arrays of just really basic data. So now that we are here, we're going to move it after, yeah, we can move I moves after J, and the way that we accomplish that is by saying the next file at I, because I is the thing at the end, will become whatever the next file at J was. Because J was the no. I is the thing at the end, J is the place that we're moving. Yeah, so whatever it was, that becomes that. The next file at J becomes I. I have to think about this logic. 2:30 a.m. question. One more beer or coffee and food, sleep or waking up? What is your question? I don't know what you're asking me. You asked me what my drink of choice is? Pepsi. What my alcoholic drink of choice is? Captain and Coke. Keep it classy. Oh, man, this sucks. All right. Whatever was... We do need a doubly linked list, because how do we know what the thing at the end was? How do we know how to nullify the thing at the end? This is so annoying. Although I guess if we're going to retain order after every single one, then whatever's at the end will just always be null. I think we're on to something. Man. Now we need to recreate all arrays. Oh, my friends. This is wild. Local new free blocks. We're going to create all new arrays here. And then Okay. So now we've created all new arrays, so we can set the existing arrays to these. So after every change, we're going to recreate the arrays with indexes 0 to whatever it should be. Oh my god. All right. See what's going on, chat. I'm just going to go. We're going for it. Trying to move 9 after 0. Success. Bro, I don't even know what it's printing anymore. I'm printing out the next files, aren't I? What does print all do? Well, this doesn't work, does it? Go for a walk is some of the best advice, honestly. I need to take a break from this. But I'm so into it now. I'm revitalized. I want to know what's going on here. I think my print all function is bad. Oh. Well, that'll do it. Try to use the right variable names. There we go. Okay. That is what the first puzzle looks like. And then we try to move. I print a success at some point. Hey, again, you managed to do all previous days in Bash? I have. Why is it not printalling twice? Why am I not getting here? I am getting there. Print all is just blank now. Okay. Well, that's clearly wrong. I think probably this is going to be messing up something somewhere. Yep. Have a good time at work. Thank you for stopping in. Let's do something about this. Let's look at all the next files. Oh, that seems wrong. Just the string I got in there. How did the string of I get in there? Oh, that'll do it. Okay. I'm doing something way wrong here. Okay. If we found a place we can move it, then J is the place we're going to move it to, so it no longer has free space. I is going to have its free space removed from whatever it used to be to its own size. Cool. We have to update some next file. These are our pointers. So our new order will say that whatever was at I, which was the thing to the right, this was the thing that was all the way to the right, its next file will be whatever J's next file was. J's next file will be I think this stays here. I don't think we do anything here. And now null points to 1. Yeah, that's wrong. Why is there a key in there named null? How did that happen? How do we get a key named null? Where did that come from? Yeah, 0 and 9. Okay. That's the only place I'm printing it with a colon. So A, one of the keys of the next file array is being set to null, which I don't even know how that's possible. Because it should just be set to 0. How is a key being set to null? Where are we feeding in the word null as a key? How does this even make sense? Where are we getting that crazy null from? It's here, right? I'm not crazy. It is there. We have a key named null. Oh, don't worry, I've never given up on Bash. Yeah, have a good night. God, at this rate, I'm gonna head out too. We're gonna do some crazy testing. We are gonna figure out where this null value comes from. We're gonna use the PR command that I used in the previous day's challenge. This is a way to print an array. PARR. We're gonna bring it in. We're gonna source it, and we're gonna figure out what's happening here. That looks right. Cool. That looks wrong. Okay, so it's being set somewhere above here. Somewhere above here, we're messing something up. Yeah, right there. How are we doing that? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong output. I'm so stupid. Somehow 9 points to 10. I mean, that's wrong. Minus 9 point to 10. Okay. That's because I put it up there. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're still right here. We are still right. We're still right there. Okay. The array is right every time. Then how do we get that? Where does this even come from? What? Where does that even come from? Am I just... you know what? There's variable leakage. Is that what's happening here? I mean, it's totally possible that we have variable leakage because we're using J's in here. Oh man, that might be it. That could totally be it. Okay, we have one null in there. Oh, that's not right. We shouldn't have that one null in there. Unless we're looping over the values. Yeah, we're not looping over the indexes. Okay, I'm just doing everything wrong, aren't I? That looks way better. Way better. Okay. Okay, I see what's happening. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At no point did that ever change. I appreciate that hint, but man, I've been doing WQ for almost 20 years. I don't know if I could unlearn that. I'm going to be real with you. Am I crazy? I'm literally modifying it right here. Okay, well, my modifications are working. I do not understand. Are I and J the same? No, they can't be. Yeah, we're trying to move this one to this one. Love your content, man. Cheers from Argentina. Yo, thank you. Appreciate it. Nine to 0. Yeah, that makes sense. So now 0 should point to what's at spot 9. 0 is J. So J should point to what's at 9, which is I, right? Yeah. And yeah, this is wrong. Nine should point to 1. And then we need to figure out where the null is. The null would just be the last item in the array. No. The null would be the thing that... God, this sucks. We have to figure out what points at the thing we're moving. So we have to figure out what points at I. No, we have to get to the end of the list. We have to hop the list and get to the end. I know a way to do this. That's super janky. But I know a way that's super janky. That's how we do it. We don't even bother checking null. We literally just do this. This sucks, but I don't care. Yeah, that way we're just not even going to care what null is. Because we're just going to chop it off at the end. Okay. Okay. Why not open a new terminal tab window so you don't need to keep closing and opening Vim? I mean, just I press keys on the keyboard to switch tabs or switch Vim. Like, I don't know. I just like working in one terminal. It's easy. There's going to be something so obvious that I'm missing here. It's almost like comical. When I recreate all arrays, what do I have for file names? I have nothing. I do like using multiple tabs to retain the undo and history in Vim. Yeah, I could see that. I don't think about it. Okay. Do we even have size? We do have size. We just don't have names? Did I not copy over names? I made a new array, right? No, I did. Oh, well, it'd help if I named the variable correctly. This is going to be... I don't even want to edit this video. It's going to be so brutal. Well, that's not right. It's not even close to right. Oh my god. I really don't even want... I'll give it like 30 more minutes, but then I'm gonna have to call it. Like, I'm so over this. Okay. That should not happen. This should not happen. But we'll see. Well, it did try to move the 9-9. And also attempted to leave it in the same spot. So that's not right. When we recreate all arrays, we don't create the next files. We have to reinitialize the next files. That's what we have to do. Yep, so when we get down here, we have to do next files equals this. It's +1, right? If we print all, and they're all in the correct thing, we don't need to use the next file thing because we've already recreated all the arrays. Let's just do this. So file names has the same value stored in there twice. Okay. Nine points to 1, 1 points to 2, 2 points to 3, 3 points to 4, 4 points to 5, 5 points to 6, 6 points to 7, 7 points to 8, 8 points to 9, 9 points to 1. And I think this last one gets thrown out, right? Because we've moved on. Yeah, I don't think we do work on that last one. We don't. Okay. Why does 8 still point to 9? Oh. Because it's now at the end of the array. Right. So when we get down here, yeah, then they all go up by 1. It would help if I called them the same name. Oh, man. Okay, well, we've duplicated 9. We've overwritten 0, so that sucks. Why is that happening? Heading 9, heading 1, heading 2. Yeah. Okay, this isn't right. Yeah, so I think it's just this logic to move things here is being messed up. Let's see. Hey, we're moving it after J, right? I can move after J. Yeah, we're supposed to move it after J. After J. No. Yeah, so in order to do that, J will have a free space of 0. I will have a free space of that. Yep. And then we have to just swap them. So 9 and 0 get swapped. That makes sense. Not swapped. The next file of J, which is at 0, will become $I. Yep, it's the thing that's there. Which means the next thing of $I will become whatever's directly after it. Whatever's at J plus 1. Yep. And then the next file of J is the beginning, become 9. The next file of 9 will become 1. That's right. And then the recreate all arrays uses the NF logic here. And we don't ever use that variable I. I can't see how this is wrong. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Ashcop? Yeah, we're on part 2. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I want to die. I cannot get this to save my life. I got really frustrated, and I was like, I'm just going to write this in Rust. And it'd be so much easier to write this in Rust because it's basically like memory paging. I've written like an alligator before in Rust, in C. It sounds impressive. It's not. Basically, basic stuff. And I know how I want to architect it, but in Bash, there's no good way to architect it. So instead, I have like 5 arrays, each holding different pieces of data. And I have this like pseudo linked list thing going on. And I'm in way too deep. I've been on this too long. I should just quit. But I'm stubborn. So here we are. That's where we are. All right. Let's see. Oh, we're in so deep. Should add structs. I mean, it'd be awesome. So I don't see... Listen, advent of code. So I have 9s at the beginning and I have 9s at the end. Like, just let it slide, man. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Like, they fit. Somehow I'm just losing the 0. Like, if I just had the 0s at the beginning and I've just lost track of where the 0s are. Yeah. I've just completely lost track of where the 0s are. And I don't even know how. Yours is incredibly slow? Oh, man. When I'm done with this, assuming I finish it, I'm definitely going to look at your solution. I want to see how you knocked it out. That's why my wife hates advent of code. I fall down the rabbit hole every year. Well, listen, man, there's a cheat code for that. It's called Be a Single Guy. Oh, man. What's up, ladies? Who likes Bash? I shouldn't even joke about that. I get, like, on Instagram, because I have a ton of followers over there, I will get creepy DMs from girls, actually, believe it or not, and guys. I mean, really, there seems to be no gender for creeps, but I will get some unhinged DMs like, we're in love, we're supposed to be married, blah, 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 blah. I know you're talking to me, and I'm like, dude, like, I'm never responding to this. That's crazy. Just fix the zeros at the end. Easy. Dude, honestly, skill issue on my part. Seriously. Like, yeah, agreed. Like, just code better. J less than equal 0? Where do I have that? I don't even know where that is. That might happen if I keep doing AOC challenges. Oh no, that's not what I meant. That wasn't what I meant. I'm sorry. Oh man. I should mean after it runs, put the zeros back. Oh, wait, no. That looks great to me. Bash Cop, what do you think? Ship it? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. I've been at this for too long. Okay. Yeah, file names at I think it's my logic to recreate the arrays. I have to be doing something funky here. I am doing something. I'm stupid. Sleep on it and try another time? What do you think? I'm like a responsible adult? There's no responsibility here. Oh my god, when I'm done with this, I'm just about to go over there and play some StarCraft 2, so it's not like I got anything else going on. Oh my god! That looks right. I mean, there's missing periods at the end. Oh, because I didn't update the free space after 8.8. But I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters because we don't use those. We don't use those to check the checksum. Oh my god. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. I'm just thinking about what my life has become. All right, we're good. Lock in. We got this. Oh my god, when I clap, it looks like I'm clipping my mic. Let me know if that sounds distorted and terrible. Wait, what? What? Hold on. Something's going wrong here. Somewhere I'm printing without new lines, but you know what? We're making progress. So who cares? I do. I care. Where am I? Where am I lacking new lines where I print? I do print out. I know I have echo dash ends there. Oh. Is this where I just do a final print of it? I don't think I need this. I don't think I need this. Oh, Matt, you were asking how I comment things out. I'm going to show you a way that I've commented things out in Bash, which is super cringe. Ready? There we go. Now that whole section's commented out. I put it in a function that I'm not going to execute. Okay. Okay, let me get rid of that. This looks wrong. No. Wait, 2111777. But then all these are wrong. All these are wrong. Okay. But we're like kind of right. You know what I mean? Like advent of code. I'm like kind of on the right track. So like, go ahead and just give it to me. I can't do this. Less. There we go. Okay. There are 7s there. And also the 7s are still in place. So at some point, things are being lost. But we're making progress, which is insane. I'm going to cut out the amount of debugging I do. Okay. So we move the 9s. The 9 successfully moved. Now it says we move the 8s, but that's not. We should not have been able to move the 8s. Instead, we move the 7s. And we move the 7s into the correct spot. But the problem is we somehow just lost track of the 8s and kept the 7s in the process. So there's going to be some little sneaky little detail down here that we're not quite doing right. J is equal to 0, j is less than I, j plus plus, and I starts at the top, and then we work our way down. This makes sense. Just tuned in. It's so relaxing to see the person with a lot more experience print debugging just like I do. Listen, man. Listen, man. You will take my echo and my printfs and my print debugging from my cold, dead hands, I swear. I love tools that exist. Rust has tracing. I'm on an operating system with dtrace. We have MDB for postmortem debugging. I love all these tools so much, and I love printing a standard out. Yo, set minus X is so great, though. Oh my god. I will bash minus X so many things. That's a really easy way to find like performance issues. Doesn't mean you can fix them, but yeah, no, bash minus X or set minus X, wonderful. Oh my god. All right. So what's happening here? This is where we discover that we can move the 777. And we do move the 777. We put it here. But we also leave it at the end, and we've lost track of the 888. So how have we lost track of the 888? We can do some debugging. For instance, this len. We take the len of the next file. And then we recreate next file based on the len of the file names. And the file names is whatever the new files is. Man. Okay. Let's do this. Here's what we're going to do. Does it matter that I haven't initialized this? Free blocks at index equal to 0. Like there's nothing free at the end. I am just kind of treating it like it's 0. I don't know what's happening. Maybe you need a return versus break like your code review. Hey, someone watches the code reviews. Except when you save the output of a function from an echo, set minus X screws that up. Does it? I would assume set minus X would go to standard error. I don't think it would affect that. I mean, unless you're doing some weird redirection stuff. I wouldn't even think that your script can capture that stuff. Because I know that xtrace, you'd have to follow that, and you can customize your own function, and the PS4 variable gets used for the prompt. I'd have to look into that, but I don't think it would do anything weird like that. Here's what we'll do. Get the length of all these, because I don't trust anything. Okay. So free blocks has a length of 9 there. Did we set it to 0 now? Okay, now they all have a length of 10. Awesome. Will they all have a length of 10 after we recreate all of them over and over again? They do. They always have a length of 10. Okay, good. Okay, so we determined that the 777 can move over. We don't remove the 777, but we do remove the 888. So I'll have to figure that out. 2v2, what do you do for a living, if I may ask? I don't tell people like specifically where I work, but I do work in the tech industry. I work at a company that has a lot of on-premise hardware, so I'm basically a systems admin with some software development on the side. Hardware, infrastructure, automation, all that stuff. Yeah. That's what I say. Been in the... God, I've been working professionally for almost 15 years now. Whew, I'm old. But yeah, ideally, I would just make all my money on content creation and then I would quit my job. God, that's like the dream. That is the dream. I've been thinking about that more seriously, like actually starting a Patreon. And I wouldn't charge for my content. Like whatever content I'm making now for free, you're going to get for free. But I was thinking about adding some things like maybe some Patreon exclusive, like access to me type of things. Like, oh, you want to ask me a question? I'll make you a response video. Like you'll guarantee to get an answer out of me. Oh, you want to do like, a monthly like Discord hangout where we all just like chill and talk? Like, yeah, maybe that. I was thinking about doing something like that. Maybe try and turn this into a job, but no real plans on that yet. I'm pretty much, I'm like happily employed, so. All right, 0 points to 1, 1 points to 2, 2 points to 3, 4 points to 9, 9 points to 5, 5 points to 6, 6 points to 7, 7 points to 8, and 8 points to 9. We throw out the last one. 2 points to 8, 8 points to 3. Okay, yeah, no, this makes sense. All this logic is sound, but how are we losing data? That's what I want to know. It could just be the print all function is bad. We want file names at I, we want file size at 9, and we want free blocks at I. Nice. That's weird looking syntax. I quoted that wrong, but it's going to look like how I want it to. No, it's not. It's going to think I'm trying to make like some sort of array or something. This is what I wanted. Oh, did I put dash I? I'm dumb. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, somehow 9 is set to 777 and 3 is set to 777. How did that happen? How did names linked list bash? It really is. Like, we're literally making a linked list. And like I said, I might do this because I went through and did day 6 in Rust. I might go through this and do this in C in my own time and then come back and show you guys the solution. Like, this is how C should be. It should be a linked list of structs, and the struct should know how big I am, what my name is, and how much free space I have next to me, and that's all the linked list should know. This is, I mean, I've written code like this before. This is basic system stuff, but Bash is not suited for this. I'm only angry because I can't express quickly in this what I could in a language like C. That's what's going on there. So when I recreate all arrays, if I do a printf, if we print out all the names that we have, we shall see if something gets messed up or when something gets messed up. 091727. There we go. Those file names are wrong. You just gotta embrace strings as structs. You know what? I'm embarrassed to say that I've been thrown so far around in many directions. I should have just done that. Like Bashcop, you're right. Literally, I could have just made an array, and inside the array, I could have put in name, pipe, free space, pipe this, pipe that, and then just broke it out when I needed it, separated by the pipe character. Like, yeah, you're actually absolutely right. Bash cop. Oh my god. From now on, you're gonna have to be present at all of my streams, and you're gonna have to just like make sure I lock in and like do the right thing. And by the right thing, I mean clearly the wrong thing. Treat everything like a string. Although in Bash, everything is a string basically. So, yeah. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Let's see, what do we got going on here? All right, so this is where we move 7 down here. Before 091723456 0191727. Okay, so the new thing we've generated has a duplicate in it. This is the problem. So the new file names have an issue. So So that means the linked list is pointing somewhere back to itself. 723, 727. 4 points to 9, but 9 points to 5, 5 points to 6, 6 points to 7, 7 points to 8, and 8 points to 9. That looks fine to me. Yeah, we have 7 here twice. We have 7 here once. It's at the bottom, but it doesn't matter. And this is how our pointers work. 6.7, 7.8. There's nothing wrong with this. Something I'm doing is wrong. I do think yours is going to run a lot faster, though. Hey, if it ever runs. If it ever runs. It's so bad how slow it is. I don't even remember how fast part 1 ran. Part 1 was so annoying that the checksumming took me longer than it should. Part 1 is really embarrassing how I did it. Oh my god. I can't even explain it. It just took forever. Once I got it right, part 1 ran so fast. I ended up doing the checksumming in awk towards the end just for extra speed, but the bash solution is just fine, actually. But yeah, no, if we ever get this running, we'll see. Printf debugging, let's go. Or echo debugging, I should say. 091727, there's our problem. So the pointers are just messed up. It's going to be where we recreate the pointers, which is here. So we write the free blocks to 0. We write this free blocks. This logic has to be wrong. There's no way around it. This logic has to be wrong. Or missing something. Oh, I think I know what it's missing. But let's think about this first. The next file of J, which is the file that we were looking at, is I. So J now points to I, and I points to what came after J. No, I shouldn't be making assumptions. Well, and this assumption's fine to make. We should be using a temp variable. Or not. Maybe that'll just completely break things. Uh-oh, what have I done? I don't even know what I changed just to cause that to happen. Well, they're all 0s and 9s now, so something's broken. Did I change something down here without realizing it? What did I do? Whatever was at J now points to I. Cool. Whatever was at I now points to the thing after it. J is the one that's 0, so whatever is 0. J now points to 9. 9 now points to J plus 1. Everything else just keep pointing to the same thing. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did, because I didn't mean to increment J. Oh my god, I just mean this to be 1. Yes, thank you. Oh my god. You are a lifesaver. Yes, that's what I was doing wrong. Oh my god. Dude, I can't code this long. I'm going blind. I will have to call it soon, whether I get the answer or not. I just really, really, really would like to get it because it'd be so hype. I know what's happening. Like, I know what's happening, but I can't express it in a way that I could fix it. 7 was able to move, and we only went up to 7. I know what's happening. Yeah, because we need the thing. We need the thing that was before the thing we moved to point to the thing after the thing that we moved. I don't even know how to describe it, man. So we're moving 7, the 777. I is the 777. We need the thing before I to point to whatever I points to. Plus equals +1, not plus equals. Oh my god, don't do the same problem. I think this will work until it doesn't. Okay, well that did nothing. Guys, this is ridiculous. Rewiring this whole thing is so crazy. I don't even know what's happening here. I'm just gonna wing it. I think I'm onto something. Oh, yeah. And when I move something out, I need to increase the free space of that thing now. Because I'm moving it. Oh my god, wait. Okay, it's not right. But it's looking very close to right. Okay, it's not right, but it's looking very close to right. It's looking so much better than it was before. We're losing space somehow, but that's okay. We're supposed to lose space. It's supposed to go down by 2 spots at the end. Some dots have gone missing. Yes. I'm not going to put the dots at the end of the example, and so I should go down by 2 dots. I'm going down by way more than 2 dots. So something is very wrong. But my god, we're making progress. This is fun, right? Right? I'm having fun. I think I'm having fun. Can't tell anymore. I am having fun. I'm just being a jerk. move the 7, you lost a lot of dots. You're right, I did. So let's see. We try to move the 9, and we did move the 9. We're going to try and move the 8. We can't move the 8. Try to move the 7. Hey, we did move the 7. We lost 1 dot. Maybe we are going to have dots at the end. Why did we lose a dot? Yeah, that's wrong. But we moved the 7. That's cool. So now that we're here, we tried to move the 8 again. That failed. Tried to move the 8 again. I don't know why we did this twice. Trying to move the 6. That failed. Trying to move the 5. Try to move the 4. Hey, we were able to move the 4, and we replaced it with 1 dot. Why am I replacing it with 1 dot? Where am I increasing the free space of something? Free blocks plus equal the current size. Yeah. What is the current size? The file size that we're trying to move, yeah. I don't know if this is valid, so I'm just going to knock it out. Oh. Sounds like I do need that. Yeah, the 8 didn't move. Everything just shrunk a little bit. What the hell, man? Bro, what is happening? How do I even explain what's... I don't... How did I lose 1 dot? Yeah, this is the free size plus the current size. Yeah. I can't tell what's wrong here. Oh, man. Add 1 seems good. You know what? I love the way you think. It's so chaotic. You are cut out for Bash. Oh, does this look good to you? I just got rid of the 8s and made them all 4s. Oh my god. Yeah, see, when I moved this 44, it replaced it with a single dot. When I removed this 777, either replaced it with 2 or lost some dots or something. It's because the 7 in the middle, because the 7 has free space before and after. You're right. Yeah, so this thing has a free space of 1. And 777 had a free space of 1. And when I replaced it, I just added it here. I didn't retain this free space that 777 had. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. When we're here, the free space that I had. What am I moving? I is the thing that's moving. The free space that it has, I just wipe out. I just do this too. But I don't want to do it because its free space is important. This code sucks. I free space. Well, then like something there. Wait, times? No. Why did I do that? Ah, good call though. That is it. I'm just doing something really janky here. Free blocks at J of 0. Free blocks of I has to be updated because that's the thing I'm moving. And then the free blocks of the things that came before it needs to get the current size of the thing that's being moved plus how much free space it had. This is valid, right? Ah, frustrating. Does bash minus X go to standard error? It does. What's a marker I need to look for to find the part of the code I care about? I need to look for 4 dots in a row. How is that not a valid pattern? Pattern not found. What? Oh, they're gonna have slashes in the names, aren't they? Oh man. I can't believe you just redirected instead of using that. Listen, that pipe ampersand notation is new to me. I think it's been around since Bash 4, so probably over a decade now, but it's new to me. No, it doesn't even tell me what those values are. Well, let's just get lazy. Echo free blocks at I-1. Echo cur size and echo I free space. Trying to move 7. It was able to move 7. We had 1, 3, and empty. 1, 3, and empty. 1 is right, 3 is right. The other one should be 1. I free space is empty. Okay. Probably because I called it free space, not free blocks. Wow, dude, imagine being so bad at programming. Oh my god, wait. I had it right here, but then when it moved the 8, it somehow just lost track of it. It just did that. That was one of the things I discovered when reading the manual. Oh, that's awesome. My buddy always did it with ZSH, and in my mind I was like, oh, it's a Z shell thing. Like, we don't have that in Bash. But then I was like, wait, no, it does have that. I found that out like years ago, and I was like, oh, I should learn it. And I just haven't. You shouldn't be moving 8 again anyways. Listen, I know. Why is it trying to do that is what I want to know. Because, like, this loop should prevent that from happening. Like, we've already moved beyond 8. We shouldn't be trying to move it again. Why are we trying to move 8? Like, we just lost free space. Like, somehow 8's free space is wrong. Yeah, somehow this thing just changed. Why are we checking 8 again? How did that happen? For I equals len minus 1, I is greater than or equal to 0, I minus minus. We already started that one. Like, we should never go back down. Like, once we move past 8, I don't even know how we get there. Yeah, how are we going back up? We'll have to figure this out. Yeah, I think you maybe need to change the index when you do a move. Oh my god. That can't be it. That can't be it. I will. I won't. Whatever I say I'm going to do, I mean in Minecraft. No, you've got to be kidding me. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. I'm going to lose my mind. Woo! Bro. What? Are you kidding me? I'm done, dude. Dude, I'm done. I'm done. What the? I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm losing my mind. This is insane. Oh my god. Never doubted for a second. Bashcop, you are fantastic, but that makes one of us that never doubted me. Oh my god. What? Everything is global. Unless I use local or declare, I got lazy. I got lazy. That's the moral of the story. I got lazy. That's valid syntax. Don't highlight that red for me. Oh my god. What do we do? Do we just run it against the real input and like it's not just gonna work? Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna print a whole bunch of crap, isn't it? Yeah. Let's do I even have checksumming logic? I don't even think I have the checksumming logic, do I? I think I just have the final thing, which is fine. I'll just save it to a file, so if we do have to reprocess it later, I don't feel like writing the checksum logic. Yeah, because I have the awk script that can go through and checksum it. So I'll check. You know what? Bashcop, I'm going to message you my final result, and I want you to print it out, and I want you to do an 8-hour stream where you go through and calculate the checksum by hand. And now that I say that out loud, I actually take that back. I don't want you to do that because I'm afraid that you might do that because you made an 8-hour stream where you read the bash manual. I gotta hand it to you. That blew my mind. That's some dedication. Okay, we're gonna do this. If I modulo 100 equals 0, then trying to move that. That's what we will do. Free content. Yo, that's the truth. Is 100 too high? Does it take too long to read 100 of them? Is it doing anything? It's the real question. How slow is this? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop this right now. I'm so scared of how long this is gonna take. Why? If I'm modulating it down by 100, why did it print with a 200 difference between the two numbers. Where did that happen? Yeah, I'm making sure I do local I in every place so nothing else can mess with it. Because that is crazy. Maybe it didn't try to move that one. No, it should try. Like, this should just print. Like, this loop should just print. This is just a real basic I start a big number, I greater than or equal 0, I minus minus. So, like, I don't even know how you would skip this. Like, I actually don't even understand how you would skip this. Why is it counting down by 2? Why is it counting down by 2? I plus 1. That's fine. That doesn't change I. None of these operations change I. Let's look at all my functions. This one doesn't reference I. This one has local I. And this one has local I. So none of these functions can even change I. This one's still local. Still local. We use I here, but that's in a throwaway thing. Oh, wait. Am I doing something crazy here? What am I doing? Oh, I'm stupid. Trying to move file names of I. Right. It's okay. We're counting down the file names. Is that okay? I don't think that's okay. Yeah, the file name should still be everyone. Yeah, wait, what? What? Echo I. I'm doing it right here. I need to print the file names and just exit. Unless it's this logic that I've gotten wrong somehow. Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, those are the file names that we've gotten. So we've read all the file names in properly. Why are we getting every other? So the way the character data is when you read in, the way that the example input is stored, it's the block size and then free size. Block size, free size. So this loop, what this does is it checks if it's even or odd. And then for the index that we're going to use, we divide it by 2. So for character 0, we can extract the file name, what the file size is, and then for character 1, we can tell you what the free block is, but we still store that free block at index 0. So we're just kind of chopping it down a little bit. Like if we're on character 10,000, then divide that by 2, and we're actually at the 5,000 block 5,000. Unless I've gotten this horribly wrong, this should be fine. But I mean, that's a big should be, right? Yeah, it looks right for the example. Yeah, that's why it's like confusing. That looks right. Now, what if we do this on like the second iteration? I don't even know how to do that. Let's just do this iteration. Okay, that looks right still. It's not counting down by twos. Am I crazy? Yeah, what? This is off. But the other things are in there. Let's not sort it. Okay, that's wrong. Nine nine eight, 996, 994, 992, 991, 990, 989. It's like the last couple ones are wrong. Like it's just like the last couple ones are wrong. Oh, it's probably the last X that I've processed. Because I recreate those arrays. Yeah, it's because we're doing this stupid next file dance. It's like a sparse array, but it doesn't know how to handle it. I don't think so. No, let me think. Let me think. I think there is something wrong. I think I'm doing something wrong. I don't think this is right. I can't explain why. When is it going to ever try and move the other ones? I don't know, dude. I have no ideas. Oh my god, dude. The amount of spam text I get on my phone. Recruiters, fake recruiters. Oh man. It's brutal. I think it's because, let me think about this. No, we move something from the right all the way to the left. And then we recreate all the arrays. So the thing at the rightmost thing. Oh my god, no, I think this is wrong. And I think it actually has to be slower. I think it has to be slower. Because what I'm doing is I'm doing a minus minus. So I'm checking the next thing. But that next thing is actually two next things. Because if I move something from the right to the left, I have to recheck the last most right thing because it will be different this time. Why did this work on the example? Yeah, look at this. We never tried to move the 8. We never tried to move the 6s. We didn't try to move them. Yeah, this is a big oops. So if we have to recreate all the arrays, then we have to try again. And the way we try again is by undoing what we did. We just got lucky. Yeah, we did. We totally did. It needs to be like this. So it needs to be 2 times slower. Yeah, it still gives the right output. We got lucky. We got lucky. We got lucky. Oh, that sucks. That sucks so bad. Are you kidding me? That blows. Oh, Christ. All right. Oh, this blows. All right. This sucks. Okay. Blazingly fast. Yeah, my ass. Oh, it's going to take 8 years. Is there any way to make this faster before I just let this go run? Have you tried having a faster computer? I mean, I got the Mac M1 Ultra, right? Like, what's faster than that? Probably a bunch of other stuff. Real input. Okay. Okay, we only have to do 10,000 things, right? How's everyone doing? Oh, no. Not again. Hi, I'm so-and-so from whatever recruiting. We're hiring for a merchandise reviewer with flexible hours and pay ranging from blah, blah, blah. Age requirements, 25 to 85. It's going to be tough. I don't know if I fall in that range. Reply yes if you qualify. I would like to receive more details. Thank you so much. The shared vars make this impossible to share across threads. Yeah, I'd have to think about how you would even multi-thread this. Like what would... Because in order to try the next one, you have to, like, see where the next one is. That made no sense. Yeah, I don't even know how you would multi-thread this or make it go faster. I know you make it go faster. You write it in Rust. Now pipe it into a progress bar. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, awesome. You found my channel, man. Hopefully I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh my god, what is my life? We're 5% of the way there. 5% of the way there. Oh, you're subscribing? Thank you. Appreciate that. It sounds like a joke, but like, appreciate it. Also, yeah, if you're watching my stream right now and you are not subscribed, shame on you and shame on your family. No, I'm just kidding. But if you want to hit that subscribe button, that's really cool because I like looking at that number go up. It makes me super happy. Actually, let me check something real quick. Turn off my terminal. Go over here. Yeah, 2 people paid money for chats. You guys are crazy. That's amazing. I made $7 off today's chat, dude. I'm balling. It's absurd, bro. $7. It's insane. It's amazing. 1,000 gigahertz machine on this? Yo, I wish. Hey, look, we're almost at 10%. That's a good idea. I can look at yours. Do you have it in a like a repo somewhere, or is it just on your YouTube channel? Because I know I've watched your videos, but I don't actually know. I assume you put the code somewhere, but I never actually like looked for the code. I just watched the videos, and usually that's good enough. Oh, the yearly sub goal. My goal for 2024, before the year was over, to hit 15,000 subscribers. So I kind of hit that goal. My new sub goal is 800 million. So if you all could get to subscribing, that'd be much appreciated. Okay, how come when I go to YouTube and I type in bash cop advent of code, the second video that pops up is this live stream? I understand bash and advent of code is small, there's dozens of us, but like, I'm logged into this account. Why am I seeing my own live stream? Oh, that's so silly. That's insane. That's insane. Bash Cop, it's insane that it took this long for our paths to cross. That's what's crazy. Because I'm convinced there are 2 Bash influencers. 800 million? Yeah, I don't know why I went so low. My bad. 2.7 trillion. Yeah, it does sometimes recommend my own videos, which is like crazy. It's like, dude, I mean, like, I love my videos, but I'm not going to watch it. All right, we're at 15% done. Ooh, whoops. How long is this going to take? All right, I'll be right back. 2 minutes probably. I'm going to go make some hot chocolate. That sounds lovely. I'll be right back. I'm back, stirring up some hot chocolate. Delicious. You will be at 100K and get a little plaque in no time. Keep it up. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. I hope so. I would love to get a YouTube plaque. I think it's going to be very, 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 very difficult. Yeah, because, I mean, other platforms are so much easier to grow. TikTok, I'm at like 45,000 followers. Instagram, I'm at 166,000, I think. There's no plaque for that. I don't know how many of those accounts are real. But yeah, YouTube so far has been the most difficult, I would say. Or I guess like Twitter and stuff, but I'm not really super active on those. I haven't perfected my shit posting yet. I'm getting there, but I gotta learn. Hope he puts marshmallows in that cup. I love marshmallows in my hot chocolate. I don't have any for this, but this is actually the last day I did. I missed a day, and that derailed me completely. Yo, I hope you stream more. I hope you do more, because I plan on trying to do more than this. But what if this doesn't work? What then? What do I do then? Goodness. Well, I mean, I could just move on to other days and revisit things. Also, kids, don't forget, you wouldn't exit Vim. It's not possible. You can get this yourself on a mug from my merch store. Ask some streamer to help me. Help me get to 100K, or help me with advent of code. Honestly, Like, time to run it in Rust. Listen, man, I already started a Rust implementation of this. If this doesn't work, I'll probably jump back to the Rust implementation just to get the logic working. I see why you couldn't find data exported from Twitch. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. Race. You want me to race. I know what you mean. You want me to, while that's running, open up a new terminal. That is not a terminal. That is my browser. You want me to open up a new terminal. And I have to make this readable to you guys. Cool. And now it's just completely off kilter. This is terrible. It's a little scuffed. Bear with me. You want me to open up a new terminal. I don't even know if this is the same size. I should keep track of like what font sizes I use so I can just quickly... What I should write is an Apple script. You can write an Apple script to just like set these to the same size every time, and I can just keep track of like, oh, I'm going to record, so set my terminal size for me. Writing that down, actually. Oh, yeah, script. Remember screen sizes. Have you heard of that game, You Are the Code? I have not. I don't know what that is. Clearly what Matthew means is that we should race Bash 1v1. I'm down. I'm down. I am totally down. I don't know what that means, but I'm in. It sounds fun. And one of my goals for 2025 is to do more collabs with streamers and content creators. So Bash Cop, if you have any ideas, I am all ears. I would love to do collabs if you're down for it, if you're up for it. But I would love to do that just to branch out and get different cross-pollination of audiences, because there are like, yeah, I don't know. It'd be fun. Where's my prompt? PS1. There we go. We could race on one of the AOC problems. I haven't done day 10 onwards yet. I'd be down for that. I'll tell you right now, I feel like I'll lose. The way I program is very slow and methodical, as you can see. But I'd still be down. It'd be so much fun. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. We're here. We're in day 9. I already started Rust Part 2. And this is all I got. So... You're not particularly fast? Well, I'm down. I'd have to like set up a dual Twitch stream or something. I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. But either way, oh my god, it'd be fun. All right, let me see. What am I going to do here? We have all the blocks and we have all this. So we need to create... I'm going to race, in case anyone's wondering what's going on. This thing's counting down. I'm going to go over here and race it, see if I can get it faster in Rust over here. So struct file page. Each file will have a name, which is a number, a U32. We're going to make them all U32s. A size, which is a U32. I could just make it a U size. I don't care. Size, free blocks, free after. This is how many blocks after it are free. And then what do we have? We have the name, the size, the free after, and that's it. And we will have a vec of those. Trying to think. You mentioned cross-pollinating with other audiences. I'm the dev of You Are the Code, an upcoming Steam game. Would you be interested in a key when it's out? Hey man, that sounds super interesting. I don't know anything about the game, but I would love to like check it out. Yeah, I could definitely see being interested in that. If you want, if you could, yeah, I guess just drop some way I can contact you. Or actually, probably easier this way. I have like an email or something up on my YouTube. Feel free to just shoot me an email. Email's like my preferred way of communication. Yeah, for important things I don't want to lose. Gotta step away for a while. Have a good night if I don't make it back. All right, yeah, tell your... yeah. Sorry for pulling in the rabbit hole. Tell your wife I'm sorry. But yeah, man, all good. Thank you. Thank you. It's a puzzle game. Yeah, I'll email you when it's out or in next fest. Yo, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's super cool. Yeah, let me write that down. Cool, I'll write that down so I don't forget it. All right, now we're gonna go through here and we're gonna make a page equals file page. File pages take three things. They take the name, which is the index. They take the size, which is the size, or the block. And they take the free after, which is F, I think, right? Oh my god, yeah, they're all characters. How do you turn a character to a number? I think I can do this. What does that return? Is it a result? Let me fix other methods first. Method not found in char. How do you turn a char into a char to number rust? I actually don't know how to do that. You've got to be kidding me. Someone just parses it at ASCII and then just... Oh my god, that's crazy if that's how they've done it. That's upsetting. As you 32 minus 48. Yo, that sucks. Expected U32 found U size. Which one yelled at me? Size. There we go. How are we doing over here? Oh my god, we're almost halfway done. Ooh, and it's going faster now. Or... it's going in some order. I don't know. I'm scared. I can't look at it. I guess it should get faster as it goes on. Cool. So now that we have this, pages.push page, let pages equal vec, mut because it's mutable, and then we will print line. Can't keep going back and forth between languages. Where are my errors? Oh, it worked. The len 9, but the index is 9. Oh, free 9 is going to break. Russ is so picky. Okay, here are our file pages. Cool. 0 has size 2 with 3 free after. Ooh, wow, that thing's cranking over there. Cool. Now we have to figure out if pages can be moved. So, start at the end of the list. Want move page. Call it try page. And we need to get the page at the end of it. So how do we do this? We can do a loop. For, I guess we should just copy the same logic we had here. I dot dot equals 0 in is this failed syntax? I don't think that's failed syntax, is it? I might just be making stuff up. Oh. I don't actually know how to do this in Rust, I'm going to be totally honest. Whoa. 19 minutes later, we have the bash solution. That ending can't be right. What is this? Right. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right because I did the same thing I did in part 1. I just tried to put the big numbers. Well, I just tried to write the big numbers there. Like, I just put a button. Hold on. Ah, I suck. I put that into final.txt. cp final.txt final.safe. There we go. Yeah, I used... So zeros are fine. 1s and 2s and 3. But once I get to like 11, 12 multi-digit things, that's just going to break. That just... Oh, man. I already made this mistake once. How am I making this mistake again? Probably because I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I might just have to call it a night. I think my brain is just completely fried. I'll probably come back and look at this with fresh eyes. But yeah, that's what happened. I just tried to write them all out. Like I just tried to... It was when it was just the call to print all. It was just the call to print all that did it. It's because of the way I was printing them. That's it. I had the data. I just needed to print it differently. Instead of printing all, I should have just calculated the sum. I had the data. Oh, that's frustrating. Like I should have just taken this and calculated the checksum. So like, loop over this. I have the name, the size, and how much they have free. So like, name times size. I could have just did that. Instead of printing it all. That ending was still wrong, though. It's all one thing. You don't think 4867 should have been at the end of the string? I have no idea if it should have been or not. Whoops. The max it can be is 9 times. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. That's a really good point. Thank you. Oh, what am I in? I'm in part 1. Yeah, I did. Thank you. I just made a nice little array there. Or this probably executes faster. 137? Yeah, even that's wrong. Like, that's just wrong. Like, I have the data represented correctly, but something that I'm doing is wrong. Oh! I'm not counting the free space. That's what I'm doing in the checksum. Like, if the... Yeah, I have to do some different math for this. I have to figure out the total index. Yeah, I'll just use like a J or something. I have to do this, and then like for every single operation, I have to say like total equals 0. This is for every single letter that pulls in there. We need to do a accumulator plus equal the index of this spot. This is insane. Just trust. This is for the size of it. We have to do it against the name. And for the free space in it, we do nothing. But we have to bump the index. It should be 2858. Oh, plus equal name times its index in the thing. Yeah, that. 2858. Okay. The checksumming works properly. And then you said something about the final.save. The ending. 4867. Yeah, you're right. That probably shouldn't show up that many times, huh? All right. What are we at? We're almost at 6 hours. I can't do this anymore. I'm done. Brain's fried. I'm done. I'm checking out for the day. I'm going to call it quits here. We're so close on the bash solution. I will finish it. And I probably will do the Rust solution for good measure. I'll do it on stream. I'm not going to make you guys like have to sweat this one out. But darn. Oh my god. Yo, what's up? Who cares? Yes, I am creating my own checksum calculation for the Advent of Code puzzle series. I don't even know what they call it. My god, thank you so much for the super chat. Dude, this is crazy. I'm getting paid to stream. This is wild. I don't make money off of like any of my stuff. I make some money off of YouTube ad revenue, but it's like, it's negligible. Yeah, so 4867 definitely shouldn't show up this much, huh? That seems wrong. My brain's fried. I'm going to have to call it here. There's nothing I can do about this. Sorry, everyone. I can't get the solution to this tonight. I will get it. I'll come back and stream this later. I'll also do the Rust one because I feel like once we can get this logic working, it's going to be so much faster. Like, so much faster. It's crazy. But yeah. We'll figure it out. All right. Well, I'm going to call the stream here. Again, if you are watching, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I appreciate it. Also, yeah, again, who cares? Thank you so much for the money. That's crazy, dude. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll figure this out. I'll knock this challenge out. I don't know when I'll stream next. Maybe tomorrow. Probably during the weekday is easier for me. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I thought this would take like an hour and a half, and I still haven't finished. So that's crazy. All right, I'm jumping off. Hit me up at Discord if you want. Yes, let's do that. Oh my god, it'd be so much fun. I definitely think like collabing would be super fun too. Just bash stuff in general. All right, everyone. Calling it there. Have a good night. I will see you all later. See ya.